Hey, I'm Spot and welcome back to my mind. Hey, I'm Spot, welcome back to my mind. And in today's stream, I'm gonna be attempting to do the Blender Donut tutorial for Blender 5.0 in one sitting. All of Blender Guru's tutorials, and let's see if I can get through it. Alright, first things first.
Add a new object, and I can do that by going to add at the top of the screen there, or alternatively, the hotkey, another one to throw at you, Shift A, and that'll just put it wherever your cursor is, and it's the exact same list. But this list here is, I mean, it's extensive. There's stuff in here that I have never used in my 21 years of using Blender. Speaker, never, ever used it, don't know what it's for. Most of the time what you're looking for is underneath mesh. So these are your primitive mesh objects in a radius until it looks somewhat like a donut. So I want to just...
Alright, no problem. Alright, no problem. Oh, fuck.
orbit up, right, and around. So I'm just middle mouse moving so I can see the inside. Then I'll just scroll in like so until, yeah, and I'm just going to change this value until it looks like a donut. Now, you can see as I move this, like it's going really quick and I can't get it on the right value. So when you're clicking and dragging on a value in Blender, it still kind of looks like PlayStation 1 graphics, Andrew. And that's because it has flat shading. So basically there's two states for a mesh. There's smooth shading or there is flat shading, and it defaults to flat. If you want to change it to smooth, you just right click the object and then go shade smooth like that. And there we go, it's fixed. So basically shade smooth without getting too technical. Anytime there is like two faces, it just kind of smooths out that point like fakery. So it's not actually adding any additional computation times, which is important, but it's appearing to the eye to be smooth. Okay, so in previous donut versions, we would start making the icing, and although that's fun to make like dribbling icing, it can be a little complicated. A lot of users ran into their first roadblocks at that time. So instead, we're going to do something a little bit easier to start with and more practical, and that's to make a coffee mug. So we need to add in a new object, which if you can remember from before, it's the add menu at the top there, or the hotkey, as I like to use, Shift A. And then underneath mesh, you're looking for something that most resembles the object you're trying to create. No prizes for guessing, the cylinder. Okay, so it comes in very, very big. It's completely engulfing our donut. So again, in the bottom left-hand corner, click that little add cylinder, and then I'm going to change the radius first of all, just to bring this back. You can like do this after the fact, like resize something, but it just helps to, you know, at this point, see it all together. I think I'm going to make it around holding down Shift and just kind of drag it back and forth. Yeah, about 0.13, or exactly 0.13. And then the depth, this is just the height of it. And again, you can change this later on, but just want to see it roughly the right size. The big one that's important is the vertices. And we're actually going to make this look more low res. Now, why would we make it look more low res? Because now it's obviously very jagged. The reason for this is that very soon we're going to be adding in something called a subsurf modifier, which adds over the top of our existing mesh. It adds more geometry, like it doubles the geometry and it kind of smooths it out. So actually, if you start too high like this, then you're adding, like, doubling that geometry and doubling it again, and then you can quickly end up with something that's too the same thing. Okay, so let's make this look like a coffee mug. So we have to edit this object, and to edit an object, we have to change what mode we are in. So in the top left-hand corner of the screen, there's a little drop down, which if you click, we can change it into edit mode. Okay, so when you're in edit mode, you can see the state has changed. The object that was selected now has a bunch of points and lines on it. And you'll also notice whilst you're in edit mode, you can't actually select any object. And it's worth pointing out this, because this is a really common thing. A lot of beginners, they say, I don't know what happened, but I couldn't select anything in Blender. And usually it's just they're in the wrong state. They're in edit mode, they forgot, and then they tried to, like, come over here and then click something, and they're like, why is it not selecting? Okay, so you have to be in object mode if you want to select an object. And if you want to edit something, you of the mesh, obviously. And then you've got edges, and you can actually select by changing the selection type from vertices, which is the default, to it's a lot to remember. So I want to select.
Okie dokie. All right. Just give it a little thickness, thickness. All right, solidify. Whoopsie daisy. No problemo.
Select the top of this cup here. It's got a lid on it that I don't want. So in face select mode, selecting that face, I'm going to hit X. Now it's going to ask me, what part do you want to delete? There we go. So we've now got a cup with a hole in it. Great. But this cup will not do. It is too paper thin. We could cut our finger on that edge there. So like you could select, and that is underneath your modifier stack. And just in case this changes for a future from the list. Okay, so now that we've got that, you can see we've got a bunch of options, and you'll notice that our mesh now has some thickness to it. And I can change this thickness, this inside part of the cup there. And that's an important point, because modifiers are not actually adjusting the real mesh. So the real mesh still exists here. If I disable this from the viewport by clicking this little monitor button there, you'll see that my mesh has not changed. This is just applying this effect after the fact. So it's basically in object mode. I also want to round this corner here. That's way too jagged. Just like before I said, we're going to add in an extra layer on top, which adds more geometry. And that is called your add modifier, generate subdivision
Surface modifier. Okie dokie then.
Surface. So yeah, all the way down there. You use it all the time, but it's like buried in there. Okay, so subdivision surface. So this appears to have like screwed up the mesh. It's like, whoa, what actually happened there? Let's just increase the levels viewport. So this is just increasing the number of times that it doubles the geometry. So you can see this is what we start with, right? This is the start. This is one level. Then this is 2 levels. And then this is 3 levels. And every time you do it, it's doubling the geometry. But you can see it's giving us the effect we want. It's smoothing out that edge there. But because of the way that it works, like basically, if you look at, let's go back to this, there. So what we first of all need to do in edit mode with our mug here. So I am in, actually it doesn't matter what mode I'm actually in here. But what I need to do is essentially tighten an edge where that smoothing is happening. So it's no longer happening from all the way here to smooth it all the way down to there. I want to happen at like just to about there. So I need to add in more geometry onto this mesh here. So to do that, we need to add a loop cut. That is how you add in another level of another edge. So Control R will add in this loop cut. I believe you can also find it from the mesh, like somewhere in here. Yeah, there you go. Edge, loop cut and slide if you wanted to look it in there. But it's, yeah, Control R. That's another one you use all the time. So when I hit Control R, it's saying, where do you want to place the cut in this mesh? And I could place it, anywhere between a face, essentially. So I'm going to place it along this middle. So you do a single click, and then it's saying, where do you want to place that vertically on this this row of faces, essentially. So you can see as I bring it towards the top there, it's tightening that edge there. Okay, and that's exactly what I want. I want that edge to be much tighter than it was before. So that edge is now looking good, but now what about this one at the bottom there? This one's looking even worse. We've got a lot to fix here.
Why didn't you just do an edge crease at the top like I did? I think it looks a whole lot nicer than that, but okay. Let's go back then. Just loop cut on there, and then he splotched that all the way to the top there somehow. Yeah, like that, and then another one. Let's stick that down there. Looking like a mug.
But first, I need to do another loop cut. So Control R, and then again, single click to confirm I want it on that row of faces. And then I'm just sliding it along until it's, roughly about there at the bottom of my mug. Okay. And then you can see it's like this whole area here, this face here, it's become like it's turned it into a star. And not to get too complicated, but basically a subsurf modifier, it has to know what to do. And generally if there's like faces that are made up of 4 vertices, this is getting complicated, I have my ugly star or whatever happening underneath my coffee mug.
All you're gonna do is just hit I for an inset, right? So let's just hit I for an inset. Oh. Hit I for an inset. Very nice.
So I need to add a loop cut, but I can't add a loop cut on just a single face. Instead, what I need to do is, it's called inset, to take a single face and then just like add in a loop around that face. And you do that by hitting I. So I, and then just like it's already active. Again, this is the way, this is why I spent a while to explain it. The moment you activate a tool, you're already in that selection state. So I hit I, and wherever my cursor is, it's now going like, where do you want to put this inset, okay? So I'm just moving it back and forth until I get it. How tight do I want this edge to look? Something like that, maybe. I mean, it's underneath the coffee mug. It doesn't really matter that much, but yeah, something like that. And there we go. So you can see this looks a lot nicer. And again, because we are in a non-destructive workflow, I've still got my solidify modifier at the top here, right? I could change the thickness of this. I can make this a really chunky looking coffee mug or a really thin one. And that is the benefit of a non-destructive workflow. And then I can also change how high res do I want my coffee mug to look. And this is the way to work in 3D. This is the best way to do it because, if a client wants you to change something or whatnot, keeping in a flexible workflow is definitely a good place to be. Okay, so we have created the start of a coffee mug and we have also created a donut. Good time to save. Good time to save. So file, save.
There has been way too many times that I have just forgotten to save. There we go. Let's just go double tap G on that one. There we go. That's a nice looking coffee mug right next to an ugly ass donut. Hey, look. Looking pretty. Control S. There you go.
Save as, or Shift Control S and then save as. So the way I like to save things, and you might want to copy this, is to you come up with a name, underscore whatever, and then you put a number after it, and then you can actually see I've already saved my file. I don't want to override my existing save in case I need to go back to it for whatever reason. So I just want to add a number to it. And in other softwares, you have to come here and you have to type in the number, right? Not Blender. Blender has a hotkey for everything. If you hit plus or minus on your numpad or on the little field here, oh, you can't even see it. I'm right over the top of it, right there. This little field, these little plus and minus, it'll automatically add a number to the end of your file. So that's, yeah, really useful. So I'm just going to add a 2 there and I'm going to hit save. Welcome back.
And that is a very useful feature. Let's get to part 2 already. That was 30 minutes down. Yada yada yada, look for a reference, blah blah blah. Check the description. Wait, what? Sorry about that. My my camera's battery just died. I just swapped it out, and it should be on in a few. Ah, there we go. Just gonna save that reference material so that I can pop it into Blender. .png. Yay.
Say is I want you to get an image, and the one I'm going to use, the link for this is below, and it's on my website. I've got all the links to everything we're going to be using in this tutorial. But there's two ways to add images. So one way is to go to the add menu and then just go image and then say reference. And then you just pick wherever the reference is, and you can drop it in. The alternative way, and it's something that we didn't used to be able to do, and that's to just drag over from wherever it is on your computer and then just drop it into Blender, and it will recognize it as an image and it will bring it in as an image object. So either of those ways will work. So this is the image. This is the one we're going to use. Now, if you quickly orbit around, you'll notice that it's come in at a funny angle. But I don't know why Blender does this. I think it's because they think people want it locked. And that's to just drag over from wherever it is on your computer and then just drop it into Blender, and it will recognize it as an image and it will bring it in as an image object. So either of those ways will work.
Cool. So I just take that, open the file equation, just hit, oh shit, let's go number 3 on that one, and then look for the damn file again. Hey, there it is. Boom. And you just grab this and just say, make it a little bit bigger, till about there-ish. Make that flat again so that I can actually see what I'm doing.
So this is the image. This is the one we're going to use. People with that, Alt-R, it's the same thing. Now it's flat. So now we need to rotate it, prop it upright so that it is flat onto, how it should be relative to the scene. So I need to rotate it. So I'm going to hit R. So but we're now in freehand rotate mode. And it's relative to where we were looking at it, which is, this funny angle. So if you remember from before, when we're in a move state, like rotate, scale, or grab, we can lock something to a specific axis. The letter, you can see we really axes, and now we want it to be 90 degrees. So you could either hold down Control and then hit Enter, and there we go. So that's how we bring it in and clear the rotation and set it up. So
You could do that, or you could just have it be in the correct view, and then when you add it in, bada bing.
all right. And now I'm just going to scale this down, and I can't see my mug. So my mug is behind it. So let me just move my mug. I'll move my mug forward. So let's move it forward to there. Okay. All right. So front view, and then I'm going to, and now I'm going to move this over here, and I'm going to scale this down again to get it roughly to be the size of my mug here. Because I know that this mug is right relative to the donut, so it should be good. And then what I'm looking at, for the size of this image here is I want the top of this rim here to roughly match the bottom down there. So this, I want that to match that. So it's still a little bit too big. And you'll notice I can't really easily do it from this angle. I mean, I can, but the problem is that this photograph is taken with a camera from the real world where there is perspective. But we are looking in 3D, and actually when we're in an axis like this, the reason it all becomes flattened is because it is in perspective mode. If you click that little button there, that'll actually put you back into perspective mode, and you can see how things get distorted and angles and things. So the best reference is actually reference, which is in orthographic, like blueprints for something, but you usually don't have that. So you just go from something like this and just kind of best guess it. Anyways, okay, cool. So that's roughly the right size of image. Now we can model by going into edit mode, by hitting tab, toggle in and out of edit mode, and we can start to shape this to look like this mug here. So the first thing we'll notice is the general broad shape of the mug is that it actually kind of tapers towards the top. Both lines are kind of tapered upwards. And then there's a kind of a midpoint around about here where it starts to invert and it goes in the other direction. Okay, so it's a very smooth object and perfect for using subsurf modifier, which is what we've already got. So to get that taper going up to the side, I want to shrink the top of the mug here just a little bit. So I'm going to hold down Alt, and I'm going to go into edge select mode at the top there, and then Alt, and then just left click on that line there. Not on like a middle point like here, it'll select a different edge, but just on the middle there. And then now I want to scale this in to just shrink the size just a little bit. So I'm going to scale that to there. And then I'm going to select the line underneath it, and I'm going to do the same thing. So Alt, click on that line, that edge, and then just scale it, about halfway there. Now I want to create this widened point right here. And you can see from here, there's a lip at the bottom, but from here to here, and then it goes up, I'd say probably 20% up the mug. That's where that middle point is. So this line is close, but I'd probably pull it up a little bit. So I'm going to double tap G, and that'll let me slide that edge there. And I'll put it to, it's about there. And now I want to pull it out to make it a little bit thicker. So I'm going to hit S and just pull that out to about there. And now I can see this line here is not quite right. So I'm going to scale this one out as well, just a little bit. Okay, that's roughly the right shape. Okay, now this bit at the bottom here. Okay, so I can see already that I need a little bit more detail. So I'm actually going to have to slide this line up here. So I'm going to hit double G to just kind of slide it up, and I'm going to pull it to about there. You can see now we've got kind of a more
Screw it. Um, Ah, sweet. Whoopsie daisy. Crouch that in a bit, make this fat or make this thinner. Oh, come on. Never works. Never works when you want it to. Now he made it go up a bit. About there-ish. And he made it fatter. And he went and grabbed all of this junk. Yay. Never works when it's in perspective mode. Double tap G, he said. Make that shit up.
Or curved taper on that edge there. And I'm going to hit S to scale. I'm going to double tap G again. And I'm just by eye, just guessing to try to get this form here. But you can see, you can very quickly start to shape any sort of object you want by just moving, sliding lines around and scaling things. Okay, so now obviously this face at the bottom here. So if I go into face select mode or by just hitting 3, this has to be this little lip at the bottom there. What do you call that? I guess like a lip. There's probably a word for it. All the pottery people watching this tutorial are going to tell me what it is. And they'll also tell me about the price of manual labor and why that coffee mug was quite well priced, I'm sure. Anyways, I'm going to, I'll scale it in a little bit. I'm just trying to. Now it's time for the challenge of making this handle. So you can see it starts about here and then obviously extrudes around and goes back into itself and is joined here. So how do we do this? So basically, whenever there is a join, and you can see there's like, like a nice bevel edge there kind of thing, it has to physically be part of the geometry of this. You can't just have it like existing out in space because then it won't appear to be joined together. So essentially, we have to find somewhere on this mesh to start the handle from. And that point is actually here, right here, which is why I've modeled it this way. Right here is where I'm going to extrude out. Now, before I show you how to extrude it, I first of all want to show you, I'm going to do something and it's going to mess it up. And I'm going to then show you why we need to do something else first before we start extruding. So if I was to extrude this out, we could do the whole handle here, get it back there, make it look perfect. And then later on, look at our mug and go, oh no, what is going on? The reason this happens is because of, you might remember, the solidify modifier, which these modifiers, they're not part of the mesh, right? It's happening after the fact. So it's adding a thickness to any mesh that we have here. And it's now adding a thickness to the actual handle itself. So how do we fix that? We fix that by making this go from a modifier to real, like actually bake it into the mesh so that it's actually real geometry. And the way you do that is, first of all, let me just undo all of those, Control Z, of course. The way you do it is by going to the modifier and then in the little drop down in the top there, right next to that little camera icon, there is an apply. So when you click that, it's disappeared. And now when you go into edit mode though, you can see all that geometry that wasn't there before is now actually part of it. And you can see it if you turn off the subsurf modifier. So I can now make changes to the inner part of my model there without it affecting the rest of it. So it's actual real mesh that we can manipulate. Obviously, the downside is it's no longer non-destructive. So that slider that we had for changing the thickness of the mug, we no longer have the slider. It would just mean if we wanted to change the thickness of the mug, we would have to like do it ourselves, like selecting all that stuff and doing it. But that's fine. You have to.
Alright, just go and apply the modifier before I do anything. Got it. Ooh. Just gotta rotate that thing. Yay. And go on to number 7 real quick. And then I'm going to rotate that thing. Oh, no, I have to select the whole damn thing first. Seems about right. It doesn't look good, but at least it's better than nothing. Seems about right, yeah. Yeah, good, looks good, looks good. Screw it. I'm gonna need to put another one over there. Like the man did.
Break what this. Make sure you're selecting the right face. If you were to select this one by mistake and then start trying to do your handle and then like twist it around, it would start to get screwed up very, very quickly. So make sure that you've got this red line that's like intersecting your mug there, that it is, yeah, like it's that one. It's like bang on to the middle. And you can actually check if you go into top view mode, it should be directly in the middle of the mug there. Okay, so with that selected, I'm going to go into front view mode with numpad 1 or hitting that little green thing. And then I'm going to hit, again, the hotkey that we use for extrusion is E to extrude out. Now, when you do that, it's using the normals, the hidden, it's like the hidden direction of each of the faces that are on your mesh, okay? So it's kind of extruding it out like that. For most of you watching this, the extrusion there worked perfectly. But every now and then you go to extrude something and it doesn't work. And it's because there's something wrong with the normals of the face that you tried to extrude from. Basically, it would just mean you would have to clear the normals first. So basically you would select the face, then hit Shift N and it would clear normals. I've got, by the way, throughout this tutorial, that you're going to run into a lot of problems that I might not be able to explain to you. So I've actually created a troubleshooting guide called the Unstuck. What is the shape? I could do it by eye, but yeah, I figure I might as well just, it's right there. I might as well just grab it and pull it over. So I need to position this about here, but you can see it's kind of getting like skewed, right? And that is because it's obviously coming in at like this slanted angle. So with that face selected, I need to rotate it. So I'm going to hit R to rotate like so. Okay, so like that. All right, and I might, just trying to think. All right, I definitely need a loop cut because obviously that bit that's coming out looking like a nub on our mug there. So I'm going to hit Control R to create a loop cut, and I'm going to pull it down just so that I can see it's like where it should join, basically at the base there. All right, great. And now face select mode, select that face again. And now we just have to keep extruding around. But what I want to do is I want to scale, just make the handle look a little bit thinner. So I'm going to select this top edge here, and I'm going to double tap G just so that I can slide it downwards a little bit to just make it a little bit thinner, because that handle obviously doesn't look as fat as what we had there. So, all right, so face select mode now, and now I'm going to start to extrude. So another extrusion, G to reposition, R to rotate it. And I just want to rotate it so that it kind of follows the contours of this. So I'm going to be rotating it like this kind of angle as we go around. So now E to do another extrusion, click, G, click, R. Now, by the way, there is another way to extrude, which is actually kind of perfect for this. But if you hold down Control and then right click, it will not only extrude, but it will also rotate the faces so that they align. And it can be a little helpful, a bit more easier than doing this like E, G, R, S, G, R. Like, so just holding down Control and then right click will just place these little points and will rotate them so that you don't have to do all that rotation yourself. It really only works for these kind of appendages like this, but might as well use it because it's a very handy way to do it. Okay, cool. So now the tricky bit. It's not really that tricky. It's relatively easy to solve, but it's a conundrum, right? Like, how do we make this mesh with the rest of the mesh? And you do that by, like, the wrong way to do this would be to just like kind of like smush them together, right? And this is kind of like early 3D stuff. Like a lot of stuff was like this. They kind of mashed stuff and intersected it together. But then you don't get that edge there where it like catches the light. And the only way to really get that is to actually physically like join this mesh together. So this face here has to be connected to this face somehow. And the easiest way in this case to do is to, first of all, we can see that this line here is like cutting into the middle of this this cup here, right? So we really need to just add a line that goes around there to make this area here like one face to match this handle. So I'm going to add that line by hitting Control R, loop cut, click, and then I'm going to slide it up to be, you know, roughly about there. That's fine. And then now, because I've intersected it, that went too far. So I'm holding down Z. Now this is a way of quickly changing the mode that you're viewing something in. And we'll get to these other two once we get to materials, rendering and stuff. But for now, if you just swap to wireframe mode, this will show you through the mesh. There is another way to see through a mesh, and that is to, at the top there, that little X-ray or Alt-Z is a hotkey for it. But that's another way to do it. But yeah, you can see that's wireframe, and then, oh, hang on a second. Nope, that's X-ray. This is wireframe. But yeah, they're pretty similar. Anyways, so I'm going to select my face here, and I'm just going to pull it out. Just so
Okay. Just let me fix this model before I attach that junk over there. Hit 3 again, and then what was it doing? Oh yeah. Oh right. It's gonna be S and the Y actually. Just making it real thin. Kind of matching how mugs look in real life, because it gets thinner as it gets into there. If you've ever held a mug before, you'll know what I'm talking about. And then he went into
that I can just grab it basically, and now I can go back to my solid view as before. Okay, So I touched on this briefly before, but like a mesh is made up of these individual points, right? This is what you're seeing when you're in vertice mode, these individual points. And each of those points, when you have 4 together, 3 or more actually, you can create a face. And so that's what that is. So essentially, I need to create a new face for this section right here. So let's do that now. So I'm going to select those two, and I've just selected them by holding down Shift like this, and then I'm just going to hit F. F for face. Okay, and then I can do the same on this side, like that. And then I'm going to do the same on the top, and like that. Just selected them by holding down Shift like this, and then I'm going to select a new face for this section right here. So let's do that now. So I'm going to select those two, and I've just selected them by holding down Shift like this, and then I'm just going to hit F. F for face. Okay, and then I can do the same on this side, like that. And then I'm going to do the same on the top. And then I'm going to do the same underneath. Okay. All right. So I've done it, and I did it deliberately this way because I need to show you the reason for this issue here. So we've got the faces, so they should be going smoothly across here. But because of the way meshes work and the way they try to the way smooth shading works is it does it based on like a continuous flow of faces. And you will have noticed that when we created this, there was actually a face that is inside here before we joined it, okay? And I'll show you if we go into here. This area here, you should see there is a face that is right here. So because that exists, the smooth shader doesn't actually know that it's supposed to continue on because there's a face that goes down. So it's now kind of mixed. It doesn't know, like it has to create a smooth shading here, but then also one on the top there. And so it's done this weird hybrid thing where it's like it's tried to do it, but there's clearly something going on underneath. So what we need to do is just delete that face. So again, in face select mode, you select that inner face there. And by the way, when you're working in 3D, this is a really common thing beginners do, is they select the wrong face. So you can see how quickly that, like, they're right next to each other, that point there, right? But selecting one or the other, it just happens all the time. So a thing that a lot of 3D artists do is when they've selected something, before they delete it, you just do a quick orbit around, and that'll just like break the perspective and just to verify that that is the actual one I mean to select. Okay, then I'm going to hit X and I'm going to say faces. Okay, but it's not just that one, right? Like that. I'm actually that should be fixed soon, but anyway, I'll show you how. And then there's one on the inside here as well. Okay, because when we joined it, there was a.
Yeah, I get it. And then I just go on this one, I just say we want to do a thing to this. Why does it not look correct anymore? Screw it. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay, it's a little fat over there, so I'm gonna make it skinnier. He's probably gonna do that as well, so yeah. still very thick. Okay. Yep, that looks good enough to pass. Very good.
The face here, and there was a face over there. So I'm now going to delete that face by hitting X and then say faces. Okay, now that's done. This should be correct, but the reason it's not is one, I think if I need to right click and say shade smooth, and that has fixed it. What can happen sometimes is when you've fixed up some geometry, you might need to recalculate the normals, like and again, to bring up the normals, there's a secret hidden line that every face on your object has, and they're always pointing outward like that. But when you've created new mesh and you've kind of fixed things or whatnot, you can end up with one of these lines that goes the wrong direction. And I'll show you that actually, if I just do this. That's what it might look like. You get this weird, like, your entire, now you can see the smooth shading is correct. And just to show you quickly as well, the way I did it just then, where we like created it and then we deleted the faces, don't do this. I'm just going to show you like actually what you would do, because it's not this tedious normally. If you had this problem, you would actually select this face and this face first. You delete them ahead of time, and then actually, and there's a faster way to have created this join here. You can select that entire edge loop with Alt, then Shift Alt, select that, and now I could right click and say bridge edge loops, which you only can do if you've got the exact same number of vertices on one side as the other. But I wanted to show you physically creating those points with vertices, because that is a really common way to model, to join things together. You select the 4 vertices, you create a new face. Anyways, look at that. We've got what looks like a handle coming out of the mug. Now, if we look at our reference here, we've got it pretty close, but you can see that there's like, it's sharp, right? There's clearly like a crease here and a crease here. And we can do that just by adding in more loop cuts. So I'm going to add in, well, I guess there's 2 ways to do it. One, I can actually just select this edge here. So holding down Alt, just select that and then double tap G, and I can bring that in. But when I do that, this area becomes a little bit straight. Maybe not what I wanted. Let's have a look at front mode. Yeah, I might want a little bit more detail there, in which case I would add a loop cut. But, you know, it's really up to you. You might be able to just, you know, move this around and just kind of shape it. Like, look, we're learning Blender. That's really the goal of this. It's not necessarily to make a physically accurate mug. I don't want to overcomplicate things and make things feel like you have to do everything perfectly, but I also don't want to end up with like a trash result and then everyone be like, oh, we did all that effort and now it looks garbage. But, you know, you could spend a lot of effort. You know, you could even try and get, like, if you look at, you know, there would be probably like a little line here, like the kind of, you know what I mean? Like on the inner part of the thing, you could try and create that. You could really add a lot of detail. The only thing I'm really going to fix is right here where it's pinching. I'm just going to select that edge there, and I'm going to double tap G, and I'm just going to slide it up. So there's just a little less pinching. And then this part here, like you can see the shape of this face is being very distorted, right? You generally want to keep things as close to a squarish shape as possible, generally. And so I'm just going to select this edge at the bottom there, double tap G, and I'm just going to pull it out just to relieve a little bit of the tension there. And I mean, you can, yeah, there's like a tighter line there, but this will do. This is enough to be perceived as a coffee mug. Now, if you want to just move ahead with the tutorial and get on to the next part, which is going to be on materials and lighting, you can do that. However, if you want a little bit of a challenge, like a little bit of a homework, where you can try to use some skills but by yourself, you will see, looking at the photo here, that we also have a saucer, a little tiny plate.
Nah, I made a coffee mug, so yeah, we're just gonna leave it like that. No plate needed. I mean, unless of course I need a plate for the donut. I'll just add a plane and make that a napkin or something.
Welcome.
So let me go to the chapters.
Some icing.
Okay, we're gonna make some icing now for the donut. That's gonna be fun. And let's make that mug disappear. Donut. Excuse me. Reference. I don't need it anymore, but it's there. Cool.
And when it comes to something as challenging as icing, and really anything, that there's so many different ways to make things in 3D, and every single method has a pro and a con. So for example, there is a fluid simulator in Blender. It's not very good, but it exists, and it is a way you could create icing. You could actually like create an object and then simulate it falling and splatting over it. The reason we're not going to do that, though, is that one, it's incredibly complicated. There's so many things that can go wrong with the simulation. Blender Simulator is not very good. And then also, you don't have any control over the final result. You have to keep rebaking things. It's horrible. But there is another way, and that is to just do it by hand. And at first, that seems slower, but you have much more control over it, and it's actually pretty easy to do. So I'm going to show you how to do that. And it's also a great way to introduce some more tools and things and get you familiar with different areas of Blender. So icing follows the shape of the thing that it's on. So really, icing is basically the shape that we've got. It's basically half of this donut. So if we got half the donut, we're halfway there. Then we just need to add some variation to it to make it look like icing. So what I'm going to do is duplicate my donut. So Shift D, that is how you duplicate. You can also just go Object and then say Duplicate Objects there, Shift D. And when you do this, you are in the duplicated state, and it's saying now where do you want to place that thing. And we don't want to place it anywhere. We want to leave it exactly where it was. And so I'm going to hit Escape. Now, when you do that, it hasn't canceled the duplication, because you can see at the top there, we've now got donut and then donut 0.001. So there is two objects still there. They're just exactly in the exact same spot fighting for space. Something you actually never want to have is two objects sharing the exact same space, because then when a camera moves or something happens in an animation, you see like flickering. Really, really bad. Anyways, I'm going to double click that. And I'm going to call it icing just so that I can quickly tell the two apart. and I want to delete the bottom half of my donut. So I'm going to go into front view mode like that. And I need to go into edit mode next. And I want to select the bottom half of my donut. This is face select. Currently, let's go vertices select. Okay. And if I was to click and then just drag over the bottom half of my donut, it would appear as though as we have got half the donut. However, and this is an area of Blender that is not clear until you run into problems, but if I was to change my orbit, you can see it hasn't actually selected half the donut. It's only selected what it could see from that view. So you have to turn on toggle X-ray first or go into wireframe mode. Yeah, you have to turn that on first, then do your selection, and now it will actually select all the way through an object to the other side as well. By the way, if you find that you can't do this drag selection that I've got, if you've got instead a circle over your cursor, like what I have here, what that means is you have tapped the W key by mistake, which will cycle through in the top little side of your screen there, different selection modes. I wish it was not W. That's one of my complaints I've made to the Blender team. W is so close to the other keys you need on your keyboard. So many people hit this, they hit the wrong key, and then they're in this thing, and then like nothing works. So like, yeah, you want to be in this mode most of the time. But yeah, you can change to these other modes if you wanted to, do a special selection or something as well. But anyways, that is how to fix that. And also just to call it out as well, we're going to be doing some like stuff with this icing that's going to maybe mess some things up and you might run into some issues. I've got to call it out again. I've got an unstuck yourself guide, troubleshooting guide for just this tutorial. It is free. Just click the link below and it'll take you there. Because I want you guys to be able to get through this tutorial, but there's so many little things that you could experience in this. So we're going to add it to that guide to try and help you. And if you can't find the answer to your problem in there, hit up the Discord. The link for that is also in it. So I'll link to my website and all the links will be there. So check that out if you run into issues. All right, so I've got the bottom half of my donut. We have to delete it. So I'm going to hit X. When you do this, it's saying which part of it you want to delete. Now, this is one of those cases where it actually matters like which one of these you select. Because if you were to select vertices, because it would appear as though that's what you need to delete. But if you did that, you'll notice you've got now less than half, because along with the vertices selected is that final line that is cut through the middle there. So I don't want to delete that final line. I want to delete the other stuff. So in my options here, I've got an option for faces, which if we try that, you can see is the solution, because when you are deleting the faces, you're only deleting what is a whole face. But these individual points here don't make up a whole face. This part does, so that's left behind. But all the other stuff was deleted. So anyways, we should now have half of a donut. So I'm going to turn off toggle X-ray now so I can see it. And if we clicked off, you'll see that it actually just looks exactly like a donut, because again, they're sharing the exact same space. I do know it's there if I select it in the little outliner there, but it's completely invisible. So the first thing I want to do is I want to add some thickness to this icing. And this is something you should know how to do. You should know it. If you don't.
Something I should know how to do, eh? Oh, right, I go out of tab, and then I gotta go into the modifier, and then... Oh yeah, might want to get out of that. Give it a little bit of thickness. Make it nice and fat. Like a nice chunky donut. Not good enough. Yeah, there we go. Also gonna need to add that subdivision. There we go. And that should make it look good. Much better. Now let's take a look at what he is going to do next.
To our eye. So I need to go into edit mode. And when we do that, we can't see the mesh because we've got our solidifier blocking our view. So I'm going to click this disable in viewport just to hide it so that I can see it. So when I turn it back on, I know it's there, but just while I'm editing it, in order to see it, I need to be able to have it turned off. So to add randomness, what I could do is I could come in here and I could select one point like this. I could hit G and I could move it down. Okay. Then I could get the point next to it and I could move this one down and then this one, and I could do this and do this, and we could put ourselves to sleep trying to make this donut look good, and it would take forever. But thankfully in 3D there are tools for everything to make your life easier. And so one such tool is at the top here, your proportional editing tool. What this does is now when I hit G, it'll move everything at once. No, what it will do is it will move everything with a fall off area around it. The reason it's moving the entire mesh with it is that the fall off is so big that it's actually outside of our view at the moment. This was actually something I called out in my usability talk at the Blender conference last year. We could do better than this, but basically if you zoom way out, you will see there is a circle around it, and that's how big it is. So what we need to do is, whilst we're in this move state, is we need to reduce that, and you do that by scrolling down. Scroll down, 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 down. Oh no, that was the wrong direction. Scroll up, sorry, scroll up, not down. And that will make it smaller. So scroll up to make it smaller, scroll down to make it bigger. I just completely brain farted. If you don't have a scroll wheel, by the way, and this is another thing to call out, when you're in a move state like we are right now, you can see along the bottom of our screen, you've got a list, and that only appeared there when you're in that state. When I turn it off, all those options are gone. But whilst I'm in this state, there's a bunch of options there. And the keyboard shortcut is actually right there, page up and page down. Okay, so that is how we can increase or decrease. So again, if you don't see the circle, you just have to keep holding page down or scrolling up until it goes down to something that you can see, basically. Anyways, now that we are in that state, I'm going to hit Z, okay, to grab, So whilst I'm doing, I don't want to just like freehand do it, because if I pull it down like this, if I watch what happens, if I do it on the edge here like this, it appears as though it's pulling it straight down, right? And I do this and this, but actually, if you looked at it, these would be slightly skewed a little bit, just because of like, we're working in 3D. We're looking at things from a different perspective. Sometimes things appear to be going down, but they're actually at like a slight angle. So it helps to, when you're moving something, to think of which axes it's going on. So I want it to go straight down. So G and then Z, and now I'm going to pull it down. Okay, that was a lot of work just to do this one little bit. I'm sorry. All right, okay, so we've pulled it down. Excellent. I'll do a little bit more as well. I'll just do a little bit here. I'll do a little bit here. You can like play with the amount, the fall off, like so. You know, you can play with it. All right, cool. Now, if we turn on our solidify modifier, we've got the thickness back, and you can see we've got some variation to the donut there. So let's continue on here. So let's pull this like so. I don't want to go too far because we're going to add some dribbles soon. Dribbles sounds gross, but you know, the little runoff droplets that's going to go down the donut like so. Okay, that is pretty good. Now you can see it's like partly like intersecting it, and that's obviously because we've we've got proportional editing, so it's actually kind of moving some of these ones that are up top and pulling it down as well. It's fine with the solidify modifier, but we're actually going to end up fixing it when we do the dribble anyway, because I'm going to introduce another modifier that's going to fix this. But anyways, let's do this. Let's do the dribble part. So I'm going to look for an area. Yeah, like let's go, yeah, and here where this bit's like running down. And I'm going to, I want to make this like a dribble that goes down. The donut here. And currently, I can't really continue to pull this. Like I could like get like a sharp point like that, but that does not look very good, right? We need more geometry essentially. So you might remember the hotkey. If we want to extrude something, it is E. But I can't just extrude one point like that, okay? Because there's no face there. There's nothing that's actually going to be rendered if I just pull one point down. So I need to select 2 points, okay? So 2 points like this. If I hit E and then Z and then pull down and then release, and then if I bring back my solidify modifier, you can see we've got more geometry. Doesn't look very good though. So let's add in another modifier, the same one that we used on the mug as well. It's the subdivision surface modifier. As I say, use these all the time. Use it for most objects, probably have a subdivision modifier because it's so useful. But one of the things it's good for is it, like, besides adding detail, it like smooths things out for us. So that little hard little block that we had there has now turned into a smoothed droplet looking shape, which is exactly what we want. But look, dun, 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 it has separated from the donut. Now, in previous tutorials, I actually did like a thing that showed you how to like use this, but make it like snap onto the donut, and it got all complicated. Everyone screwed up their mesh at this point. You can do this by hand as well. You can like come in here and like try to pull this in piece by piece, but it's actually not necessary because there is a modifier that will just do it for you. So if you go to your add modifier stack and then go to deform, and then you're looking for the one called shrink wrap. And by the way, again, if you can't find it, just go up to here, type in shrink wrap, and you'll also find it there. So shrink wrap, what this is going to do is going to shrink it onto a mesh, but you have to define the mesh first in order to see it, because if you don't, it just has no effect. Absolutely. That's what the red is showing you. It's not doing anything. So your target, yeah, you can actually like select it from the drop down, or what most people do, you click the little eyedropper and then you select the object. Bam. All right, now it's working, and now we've got some serious Z fighting where the faces are overlapping, and this is horrible. You never want this. All right, so you will remember when I was talking about the modifier that it works top to bottom. So essentially what we've done is we've gone add thickness, then add detail, and then shrink wrap all of that thickness onto the donut itself. So what we need to do is change the order of this. And not go halfway, because that also won't do anything. We need to go all the way to the top so that the shrink wrap is happening first. So it's snapping it onto the mesh. Then it's adding the solidify modifier. Then underneath that, it's adding the subsurf modifier. And we can actually increase this, make it a level 2 for the viewport. And you can see it just adds a little bit extra detail there, okay? And you can go even higher, of course, but, you know, you will get... eventually, it'll just get so slow for your computer, and there's not really going to be any point. But you can just go to level 2 for now. Okay, so to quickly show you as well what the shrink wrap is actually doing, because it's really, it's not that clear. But yeah, this is where it's that little piece is overhanging, and then it's essentially looking for the nearest point to find this mesh underneath it, and then it is just snapping it to that point. So it's pretty good. Like I can drag this like pretty far down, like, but there is an extent I can. So I'm just doing another extrusion on this point. So like as I pull it down, you can see it, like it kind of loses it. There's a point where it just won't find the mesh anymore. So there's a point like at which you should start to pull things into the mesh. It's not magic. It's not going to just magically find it. So if I just pull it all the way out, there's no way it's going to be able to find it. So there is a limit, but you can see it does make our job a lot easier because I can pull it down and I can start to make you know, some big dribbles along my mesh here, and I don't have to really worry that much about the placement because it's just going to automatically snap itself to the donut. I just have to make sure that the dribbles are straight. And if you look at reference, which you should be doing, I'll put some reference on my the link below on my website, so you can have a look and just kind of go through it. But yeah, usually when like droplets form, they kind of like the gravity kind of like builds at a point and it kind of like gets sucked from the top, and so you end up with like this thin bit in the middle and then this like globule, which is a crazy word, at the bottom there. But essentially it just means the piece at the bottom I'm just going to make a little bit thicker than the pieces above it. Okay, so that's one, but we should do more. So I'm going to go around and I'm going to add more. And just repeat the same thing. Just do an extrusion on these little points there and just kind of drag it down. So let's do that. Because yeah, I remember the first donut that I ever made. Oh, way back in the day, making the first donut. And I really I did one little dribble going down it. And then I always wanted to frame the camera so that it was looking at that, because that was the most interesting part of the donut. And then I learned like, just exaggerate, just add little dribbles everywhere. That is a big part of being an artist, is you look at reality and then you find the bits that are actually pleasing and then you exaggerate it. And that's what I'm doing. So, donuts typically don't have this many dribbles, but it's very pleasing. It just makes it look very like gooey and like, there's so much icing. And you can see, by the way, I'm not doing the same shape also everywhere. So this is like a half one, right? And I'm kind of looking for like where I can add some different shapes. Why is that? There's a gap there. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah, I was recording for this tutorial, and I recorded something and then I like reverted it. But I've now got a giant face here where there should be not a giant face there. So what do? You've accidentally got this thing. There is, and this is, you obviously don't have to do this because this is not your problem, but I'm just going to use the knife tool, which is a way to do an incision on a mesh and just add more geometry like freehand. So I've just fixed that little problem that I had there, but you hopefully should not have that problem. I'm going to just pull this down. I'm going to turn on proportional editing. I'm going to add a little bit that's going down, and let's select these two, turn off proportional. Let's add another little bit that's going right here. Add a little bit of variance, and let's add another big one right here. Pull this one down. But this is the fun part, I mean, aside from the finicky, like going like sideways, looking at where it appears and then straightening it, but you get to kind of like shape things and just like with your eye, just play with it. It's actually one of the cool things of 3D. It's also why a lot of people get into 3D, is they want to do art, but whenever they pick up a pencil, they just can't get the lines where they want it. And the great thing about 3D is that you've got points and you can move those points after the fact. You're not drawing freehand. So there's no case where you like screw up a line and you have to like rub it out and try again. Like you just grab a point and just kind of like move it around, like I'm doing right now. So that's one of the joys of 3D. I'm just doing filler talk, if you can't tell. Just grab a few pieces, move them all down together. Why not? There we go. That's kind of interesting. I might just take this one at the bottom there off, and I'll just maybe pull these out, just so we've got more variance that goes all the way around it. But play with it as much as you want. You can pause this and, play with it. But I'm just trying to make it look generally appealing. Now, one way to improve this, you'll notice that the icing is separating from it, right? It's going up right there. And again, that's because of how subsurf modifiers work. There's a point here and there's a point here. So it has to make this really rounded shape. But real liquid, when it is in this state, when it's clinging to an object, this part here, as it hits it, that part will be like solid, right? And then the rest of it, like this part is round, but then this part is like hugging the actual surface. So thankfully, we can do that. There is a setting in the solidifier setting options, which I might have to move. There we go, so we can see it. Underneath edge data, there is an option here for a crease. Okay, so what a crease is doing, we didn't really talk about it with the mug, but it's essentially on an edge, it's creasing it and saying like, instead of like doing that huge rounded thing, just kind of tighten it on that edge. Very similar to adding the geometry like what we did on the mug, but this is a way to do it without adding extra geometry. It does kind of add a little bit of stretching, but it's not really that noticeable on something like this. But that is very, very nice, very solid. It's hugging it and it looks very pleasing. Excellent. Now we could as well, I didn't actually do this for my final one because I forgot. But I realized after, I was like, oh yeah, I guess like the part that's on the inside of the donut, yeah, I forgot to do that. But yeah, you can also like do the exact same thing, just playing with it. If you find like it's kind of hard to like look at it inside the donut, if you just select the middle row. So if you just hold down Alt and then select on that middle row, you can use the same focus button, so numpad period or tilde and then view, and then that will just lock it on to those selected vertices. So that focus key that I mentioned, it works on in edit mode as well, which is good. So yeah, I could just pull these down like this and just, the camera's not really going to notice it. You just want to make sure that it's, not perfectly straight like mine was in the final render. It doesn't really, like, who's going to notice, who's going to tell, really? Annoying people are going to point it out. The inside part's too straight. All right. So that's pretty good. Actually, something I might do, because I noticed, like, looking from the top, because this is where the camera's going to be, like, we're not really able to see much donut. Like, the icing is a little bit too far down. So I'm just going to grab some of these points here using proportional editing. I'm just going to pull them up to just expose a little bit more of the underlying donut, which is definitely going to make the donut look a little bit more handmade, because like obviously probably a professional donut from Krispy Kreme or something doesn't have this much variance in it, but it's okay. It does kind of help it give it a realistic kind of look. Now there's one thing that would really improve the look of this icing, and that is thickness variation, because if you go around it, you'll see that the exact, the distance from here to here is the exact same thing as like, what it would be over here to here. And that's just not the case. We've got like icing that is dribbling down. These little droplets are kind of like breaking away. And what happens when those droplets break and then they kind of stop? They build up, right? So we should actually see these kind of like swell a little bit. They should be a little bit rounder at the heads of each of these points. Also along the edges here, every little edge here should be a little bit more inflated than the rest of it. And although that sounds like nothing, when you do it, when you actually add this little detail, it really does improve the realism. So we can't do that because all we've got is these little points here, okay? So just like what we did with the mug, there comes a time where you need to break the non-destructive workflow and apply your modifiers. So this shrink wrap here, by the way, when you apply something, you have to apply it in like top to bottom. So even really, although we only want to apply the solidify, that's the main one we want to do. We have to first of all apply the shrink wrap because that's the one that is first, and that's the one, like if we applied this one first, we would lose the shrink wrap would have to go after it, and it would just, it would screw it up. So we have to apply the shrink wrap first. So go here and click apply. Okay. Now in edit mode, you can see we've still got those single points, but they're now snapped to the mesh. All right. But it means we no longer have that automatic snapping. So if I was to pull these out, you can see they're now separated from the mesh. So just keep that in mind. we still can't edit the mesh there because we haven't applied the solidify. So I'm going to apply the solidify now. And now we've got these points here. Okay, so now if I wanted to, with just these points, I could pull some of these points out, turning off proportional editing, and I could just pull them out a little bit. And that's better, but we don't have enough detail here. We need more geometry to play with in order to add this extra detail. So we need to apply our subsurf modifier. So I'm going to, on here, I'm going to hit apply. And actually there's a hotkey if you don't want to have to go to the drop down each time. Control A will apply the selected modifier. And now in edit mode, look at this. Now we've got all this extra geometry to play with. So now if I wanted to, I could turn on proportional editing. I could select one point. I could try and get a kind of a shape like this. That would be probably the best way to do it if I was restricted to edit mode. And that'll get me some of the way there. I could, pull individual points out. I could try and do that. But you can see it's very finicky. And it's not the tool to use. Because like I said, there are tools for everything in 3D to try to help you to do things better. So go to the top of your screen. We're currently in layout. That's all we've done so far. We're going to swap to sculpting. All right. Now, when you swap to a new one of these views here, it's assuming the default view of Blender, which is like when everything was like 10 meters long or whatever. So our donut is tiny. So we have to focus on the selected object. So I'm just going to hit numpad period. That hasn't worked. Okay, don't worry about that. All right. So instead of in sculpt mode, change to object mode. Then hit numpad period or view selected. And then now jump back to sculpt mode. And now we're back to it. For some reason, I thought focus worked in sculpt mode. Yeah. All right. Sometimes you just teach something and then you go, oh, that never worked. What was
Ah, shit, I wasn't paying attention.
so that's the main one we want.
He's applying it. Thickness variation, yada yada. Okay, so we apply that, we apply that. Already did that, 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 that. Okay, that's on there. He did that there, did that there. Ooh.
Control A will apply the selected modifier. And now in edit mode, look at this. Now we've got all this extra geometry to play with. So now if I wanted to, I could turn on proportional editing. I could select one point. I could try and get a kind of a shape like this. That would be probably the best way to do it if I was restricted to edit mode. And that'll get me some of the way there. I could, pull individual points out. I could try and do that. But you can see it's very finicky. And it's not the tool to use. Because like I said, there are tools for everything in 3D to try to help you to do things better. So go to the top of your screen. We're currently in layout. That's all we've done so far. We're going to swap to sculpting. All right. Now, when you swap to a new one of these views here, it's assuming the default view of Blender, which is like when everything was like 10 meters long or whatever. So our donut is tiny. So we have to focus on the selected object. So I'm just going to hit numpad period. That hasn't worked. Okay, don't worry about that. All right. So instead of in sculpt mode, change to object mode. Then hit numpad period or view selected. And then now jump back to sculpt mode. And now we're back to it. For some reason, I thought focus worked in sculpt mode. Yeah. All right. Sometimes you just teach something and then you go, oh, that never worked. What was I talking about? Anyway. Okay, in sculpt mode now, and make sure you're looking at the correct one, okay? Not the donut, but the icing itself. If I was to now draw over this, you can see we're drawing into the mesh of the icing. Isn't that cool? All right, so what I want to do is I want to change my brush, and I want to find the one brush which is really going to help us here, and it is this one, the inflate deflate brush. Now, your brush size here can be controlled by the size at the top, or there is a hotkey, F. And when you hit F, you just choose with your mouse like how big the size needs to be. Okay, so I can pull out. And then now, if I just draw over that little globule there, the end piece, it just adds a little bit of inflation. And I'm just pulling it around just slightly. I don't want to go too far, but just adding these little inflated points.
Sorry, I had to piss.
Draw over that little globule there. And when you hit F, you just choose the size inflate, deflate brush. Now your brush size here can be controlled by the size at the top, or there is a hotkey, F. And when you hit F, you just choose with your mouse like how big the size needs to be. Okay, so I can pull out. And then now, if I just draw over that little globule there, the end piece, it just adds a little bit of inflation. And I'm just pulling it around just slightly. I don't want to go too far, but just adding these little inflated points will really help this to look realistic. The other thing is you can actually shape some of the mesh as well. So there's another brush that I use all the time, which is the grab brush. You just essentially just pull mesh like that. So that's another easy way to just kind of move pieces around like so. You can just shape things like this, add a little bit of extra detail if you want. Yep. And all is well. So you can see I'm doing a little bit on the edge here again because all the edges there should have a little bit of buildup of the fluid because that's where gravity kind of makes it stall and like stop because it just kind of like runs out of like the tension will be more than the gravity that's pulling it down. You get the idea. Anyways, play with that as much as you like. But of course, we have some homework to finish off this video. So what I want you to make is this hidden object, which is a plate for your donut. So have a look at the shape here that I've got. It's assuming the default view of Blender, which is like when everything was the in sculpt view selected. And then now jump back to sculpt mode. And now sometimes you just teach something and then mode now, and make sure you're looking at the correct one. Okay, not the donut, but the icing itself. If I was to now draw over this, you can see we're drawing into the mesh of the icing. Isn't that cool? All right. So what I want to do is I want to change my brush and I want to find the one brush which is really going to help us here. And it is this one, the inflate deflate brush. Now your brush size here can be controlled by the size at the top, or there is a hotkey, F. And when you hit, and then now if I just draw over that little globule there, the end piece, it just adds a little bit of inflation. Now, all right, I can see something and then you go, oh, focus, and then now jump in. So it worked. The select 10 meter sculpting to the top of your screen. We're currently in layout. That's all we've done so far. We're going to swap to sculpting. All right, now when you swap to a new one of these views here, it's assuming the default view of Blender, which is like when everything was like 10 meters long or whatever. So our donut is tiny. But please have a go at trying to do it yourself. Anyway, go ahead. Welcome back.
Alright, I'm not gonna make a plate, so instead all I'm gonna do is just make a napkin. Add mesh, a plane. I'm gonna scale that up a bit. Should be about right. Yeah, that seems about right. Uh-oh. Ah, fuck. Hold on. Wait. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's a napkin. Guess I could always add variation into it somehow. proportional editing. Just giving a little bit of variation, making it look a little different. Oh wow, just got my second viewer. Alright, that looks like a napkin from far away. Perfect. Yeah, good enough. Let's see what next is on the menu.
Back. How did you go making? So its placement is exactly where it started from, but then I'm going to hit S to scale outwards. So now I've got a little flat rim to my plate. And then, now that it's here, I'm going to do one further extrusion upwards. And this is just obviously the design of the plate that I'm choosing. So upwards. Now you can see it's like freehand like that. I don't like it, so I'm just going to lock it. Sing. Now, I saw a comment on the last video that said, you didn't make the donut lumpy like last time. It's so over. Why? Oh, ye have little faith. You think I would forget something like that? Maybe I did forget. But I'm actually glad I did, because this is a great opportunity to talk about a new tool. So for those that haven't watched a previous version, before we did the icing, we made the donut lumpy, which I did by going into edit mode, and then I just selected vertices using proportional editing and pulled it out, right? And just kind of like maybe I shrink some parts in, this kind of thing. And the reason this is important is that this adds natural variation, because you could have scientists working for 1,000 years in a lab, and they would never be able to create a donut as perfectly mathematically accurate as our 3D software has done. This is too perfect. There is natural variation, and we need to see that for the eye to go, this is, a real, something realistic, right? And it's hard to do this kind of thing after you've already added the icing, because you can see it just has no bearing on the icing over the top, right? So some things in 3D are easier to do earlier than they are to do later. And this is something you just learn as you do 3D. Like you'll do so many projects where you just you get to the end and you go like, oh man, why didn't I do that before I did this? Now this is I've 3x'd the amount of work, and you just learn these things over time. However, there are certain tools, and there is one I'm going to introduce you to in a second, that enable you to make these sort of changes after. By the way, there is a way, you can select both objects like this, which that is something that you can do in Blender now. You didn't used to always be able to, but you can now edit both objects together. So I could do this. It does have a clipping issue when you try to do shrink fatten, but you can get some natural lumpy variations going this way. And you can do that. That's actually fine. But I do want to introduce you to a new tool that is in 5.0. And it is, if you select both of your icing and your donut together, then you hit Shift A, and then you go Lattice. there is a new option for lattice deform selected. We always had lattice, but it was very finicky to set up. But now you've got lattice deform selected, and that adds this, what looks like a cube, like a bounding box over your object. But it's not actually going to appear in your render. All it is a deformation guide. So if you just select these points, you can see we are twisting the donut. But importantly, the actual donut is underneath, like this is a modifier, right? So we're not actually changing the mesh at all. It's just doing this after the fact. And then if I just deleted my lattice, like it's gone. It's back to where it was. So this is a non-destructive workflow. These little points here, they enable me to, at any point in the future, change and deform a mesh, which is actually really useful. And it's because you're not often in the exact circumstance where you know exactly what you're going to do, and then at the end of it, like you know the order in which to do things. Sometimes you're working with a client and they've got an idea for something, and then far later on they're like, you know what, let's change the proportions of the car or whatever it is, and you have to be able to like fix it without redoing all your mesh. So that's what a lattice can do. Now it comes by default with just this low res cube over it, but if down here you click this little data property, for the lattice, you've got resolution here. So I can increase this. I can add in some more resolution here. And importantly, I want to add one in the middle here. Because the first thing you notice when you look at reference of donuts is that besides the lumpy shape, the bit around the middle of the donut is often whiter and it's not as puffy. And when you look at how donuts are cooked, it's actually easy to see why. It's half submerged in the oil, and then it is flipped over onto the other side, and then the other side cooks. So it cooks one side and then it cooks the other. And the bits, near the surface of the oil, that's the oil is less hot, right? Because it's near the surface, so it's escaping. So that oil is less hot. The oil that's underneath it is much hotter, and then it flips it over. And so again, you always have this bit around the middle that just isn't quite cooked as well as the other stuff. So it ends up being a little bit lighter. It's also less puffy. So no donut actually comes out at that perfectly round shape. It's usually always kind of almost concave actually around the middle. So with this, I can select all of these points here like so. I have to shift select them. I can't do the alt click around it because it's not technically a mesh. And then I can just scale it in. Like turn off proportional editing if you've got it on, and then just shrink it in like that. And that by itself will add just a little bit of realism to this, because that is a detail that your eye won't notice. Everyone thinks donuts are just, they're perfectly round, but they're actually not, right? They've always got this like concave kind of shape around it. So that will add some realism. But then I can add in some little areas here where one part, it got a little bit more puffy on that side. So that part's a little bit raised up. And obviously this isn't as detailed as if you had, if you were manipulating the torus underneath, right? I can't do like, small details. I can't, sculpt in an area or do some crazy changes, but it's enough in a pinch to do something like this. I'm just going to hide my plate. Which, by the way, you can do it by hitting the eyedropper, which is what I've been doing up there. Sorry, not the eyedropper, the eye icon. You can also do it by hitting H. So you select an object in the viewport, you hit H, and then you hit Alt-H to bring it back. So H or Alt-H is a good hotkey to remember. And then here, so at the bottom here, because yeah, the same thing will happen at the bottom. There'll be parts where like the donut looks a little bit like raised on the plate a little bit. Like this, just around the middle here, like that. There you go, something like that. But this is just a small amount of deformation, right? It might seem unnecessary, but it does help. It really does help things to feel more realistic when you go to the trouble of doing some of this. And it's super, super important. But we can also now apply it. Once I know that I like everything, I don't want to have this like lattice sitting over it forever. So I can just apply that by going to apply and then selecting the donut. And I can also say apply there. And now I can just delete this lattice. And now it's like I modeled that, right? All those shapes are now like baked into it. And it looks good. As I said before, if you did want to do any more detail, you could, shift, select multiple objects, go into edit mode, and then using proportional editing, you could also do some like more targeted tweaks. If you really wanted to, manipulate the donut, you could do that. So there are things that you can do. It does make a difference. It is important. But it is also optional. But it's an excuse to kind of introduce you to some more tools and things in Blender. So I'm kind of glad that I didn't do it at the start, because we can introduce you to that kind of thing. So, all right, we got a lumpy looking donut. Good for us. Now is the exciting bit. We can talk about rendering. Making this actually look good, because this is gray. This is boring. This is called the 3D viewport view. Okay. The reason this looks boring and flat is that this is cheaper for your computer to actually process just the shapes in like a gray. There's no shadows, there's no lighting, there's no surface interaction or anything like that. This is fast for your computer to see. To create that pretty image that looks realistic with light calculations and everything, that is called a render. And you can do a render by either hitting F12 on your keyboard or by going to render and then saying render image. And now that has taken a snapshot. The problem is it looks like not the view that we were looking at. So we're looking at this view. Why did we get a view up here? The reason is that Blender will always take the render from the camera view. So remember that thing that's like way out in the middle of nowhere we haven't touched? It's taking the view from that camera. And you can look through the camera by hitting the camera view icon over there. So now that I'm here in this view, how do we move it in close? How do we get it close to our thing? So there's a number of like traditional ways to bring a camera into like in Blender. I'll actually show you the way I first learned to do this, because it's actually just like natural to me. But then I'll show you the method that actually most people prefer. So you can just, with the camera selected, you can hit G. You can move things around like that. If you want to bring it in, like just zoom to the like straightforward, if you hit G and then middle mouse button, that will like kind of, what's it called? Dolly in and out, which can be very useful. And then if I want to like tilt it, I can like just hit rotate like that, or I can rotate along the Z axis, right? Because I know how to like turn the camera. So that was how I learned to use the camera, and how a lot of people still like to do it. But a lot of new people prefer this, because now in 5.0, it's actually just a button right here. If you click this button, now I can use the same controls that I used before to move the camera. Because if you don't have that checked, the moment you just like hit your middle mouse to like orbit somewhere else, it leaves the camera behind, okay? But when you're looking through the camera and you have this checked, now when I orbit around and I zoom and I do all the same controls as before, shift middle mouse, I can position the camera exactly where I want it, get it right there without having to worry. You just have to remember, don't then immediately orbit like you're going to go do something, because the camera is still locked to your view. So you have to make sure you uncheck it when you're done, and then the camera is locked to that position there. And by the way, this is like a small thing, but when you're working with like small objects, you often have to like change, because Blender is like designed for like environment, like big types of scenes. This camera is just too big. So if you go to the camera settings, click the camera thing, then go to viewport display. I just changed the display of this. This has no bearing on the actual like final render. This is just how it displays in your viewport, so that it's not so gigantic it's taking over everything. All right. The other way you can quickly look through the camera is numpad 0. So numpad 0 will take you in and out. All right. But now that I'm there, I can hit F12 and look at that. That is a different look. It's still gray because the default materials are gray, but you can see there is shadow there. But check this out, we can do even more. So besides just shadow, like you might notice looking at the, by the way, you can bring back a render by hitting F11. I should also mention, by the way, the first time you do a render, I think the first time, like if you've just opened Blender for the first time and you hit render, it'll have to do a bunch of like shader compilations and stuff like that. It should only need to do that once. It shouldn't have to do it every time you open Blender. We're using Eevee, which is a rendering engine we'll talk about soon. But there is some of that every time you render, like when you create a new shader, it has to like develop those things. But anyways, it's the first time it should be slow, but it should be quicker for every render after that. Okay, so there's shadow here, but you'll notice like in here, there's no detail. Whereas in the real world, you would see like bounce lighting from the end of the plate there. You would see like some crevice information. There would be, it'd be darker and things. And that is because by default, there's an option that is turned off. So if you go to your render properties at the top there, this has all the information just pertaining to how something is going to be rendered. And by default, ray tracing is turned off, which I think is a mistake. I think they should change it to default on, because so many people don't like Eevee, this rendering engine, because they think it just produces fake looking images. But when you turn on ray tracing, look at how much better that looks. By the way, if you want to compare renders, you can change to a new slot, and then you can do a render, another render, and then you've got the previous render and then the new render in slot 2. And then you can flip back by hitting J on your keyboard. And that's a way you can like quickly compare settings, which is very useful. But you can see with ray tracing turned on, this is off, turned on, we get bounce lighting. So there's some light that's hitting the plate there and it's bouncing up. We've got like more information in the crevices, and it just looks a lot more realistic than it did before. You'll also have reflections when I show you some material properties. So that is something you should have on all the time when you're using Eevee. By the way, there is another rendering engine called Cycles, and it is much more realistic. However, it is a lot more slower. It's honestly, I'm going to show you at the end a comparison between Cycles and Eevee, but it's actually negligible if you know the right settings for Eevee. So I'm going to keep it on Eevee for the rest, which is actually good because Eevee is actually pretty powerful at doing most things. It's just it's a game engine style, so it's a rasterized rendering engine, whereas Cycles is a path trace rendering engine, much more computationally heavy, whereas Eevee is much more faster. So we're going to keep it on Eevee, and I'm going to show you how to get really great results with it. And then at the end, we're going to flip it to Cycles. So if you want to see that final result, you can get it, but we're not going to start there because it's just not necessary. And I don't think most people will actually need it. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some materials, but first, you'll notice like it's kind of annoying to have to like render something, like go to render it every time you want to see an image like that. And thankfully, you don't have to, because in the top view here, these little icons, there is a mode here called Render View Mode. And this puts the render in real time. Look at that. I don't have to hit the render to wait to see my result. I can see it in my viewport. So it used to be that like rendering engines were so slow that really to do a render was like a big task. You hit render and it would take hours to process something, and it didn't look anything as good as this, right? But now rendering is like, and computers are so fast that we can just have rendering running constantly whilst we are working, and it's usually not computationally heavy. So this is Eevee, which is the much faster one. Cycles would be a little slower, but still. Anyways, now that we're in render view mode, let's talk about materials. So let's start with the like most different material. Let's go with the icing. So looking at our icing here, if I want to make this look pink and change its overall appearance, if I go down to my material panel down here, or material properties, and then I can just click on new material. And now I've got a bunch of different options here, okay? And these all do different things for the surface appearance. Like metallic will make it look like metal, right? Roughness will change like how sharp the reflection looks. The base color, this is like the main one you want to change for almost every object. This is just the base color of the object. So obviously I can make that look pink like that. Let's pull in here a little bit closer, focus on that. So I can make it look nice and pink. The other thing is it's looking like way too diffuse. It's almost like a chalk looking icing. But if I bring this back, I can make this look more shiny. I don't want to go like too far because then it's like mirror reflection. I want to go like, you know, somewhere around 0.2. The great thing is we can really change these values at any point in the future. So when we add in other objects and there's different lighting setups, some of the settings can look a little off at that point. So it's very common to like, once you've set up all your lighting and everything, to like reevaluate your materials. But this is completely non-destructive. I can change these at any time. And now I could create some very simple materials. Like I could say, let's make this look black, make it like a black, shiny, glossy ceramic mug. So by the way, you'll notice I'm not going all the way to black. There's a kind of a unspoken, well, it's not unspoken, people speak it. You shouldn't go fully black or fully white. Or like same with like colors. You shouldn't go like 100% saturation on a color because things start to clip. It's maybe a little outdated as like now color management is getting so good. It knows actually how to handle saturated stuff and like dark things, but it's still like a general rule. You never want to go like fully black because things are never truly like the real black is Vanta black, right? Which is like just this material which is like scientifically created to like emit no reflection, simplifying it, but yeah. So like things will, even a black mug that looks really black to you is probably not entirely black. So it's still, there's going to be a little bit of lightness to it. So I'm just adding that in there. The roughness, this is where I can make this, if I wanted this to look like a, shiny ceramic mug, I could do something like that. These are just placeholders, by the way. I'm just using this as an example of how to create very simple materials. The plate here, let's go, make it just look a little bit shinier than by itself. And then the donut, let's go give it a, brownish, lightish color like that. Make it a little bit darker, like so. Another value, which is super important for something like icing and the donut, and it's really important for just two things, which is food and characters. And it is that when light hits objects like this, they are mushy, right? They're made of like organic matter. And so light actually enters the object and it kind of scatters around inside it and then it re-exits it. It's the reason why when you like look at your hand in front of a light or the sun or something, you can see the light shining through. You can even see your bones through your hand if it's a bright enough light. So it's called subsurface scattering. And that value is underneath here where it says subsurface. If you go down here, you want to turn the weight all the way up to 1 because this is not the intensity of it. This is just like, apparently this value is supposed to be 0 or 1. It shouldn't be somewhere in between. To control how much of it is the scale, which is how far into the surface will the light penetrate. And then you can see here, you can increase this or decrease this, and you can see the light kind of get into it. Now, by default, it looks red, which I also think is a mistake. It's very suitable for characters because characters need red because inside a character is blood, right? But for every other thing like food, it shouldn't be red. And confusingly, and I know there's a mathematical reason for this because of like how light and the physics of things, but like different wavelengths travel at different speeds, right? Inside the surface, that's how I understand it. So they've made the color of the subsurface R, G, and B separated here. So you can see we've got red as 1, then we've got green as 0.2, and then blue as 0.1. So essentially, I need to clear all those out and make them 1, which, here's a tip, you can drag over multiple values in Blender. So if you just click and drag down across something, and then you can just type in 1 and then hit enter, and it makes all of those 1. And then now I can, tweak this. I can make this look a little bit more milky like that. But we can, we can adjust those. I'll do the same thing for my donut here. Give it some subsurface, turn that up, and then I'll set this to 1. And then, let's just leave it at the default value. But you can see that that's with subsurface on. Actually, let me bring the camera in. All right, I'm going to go lock it, bring this in, and I'm going to do a before and after render. So this is how you can use these slots. So this is with subsurface on, then I'll go to slot 2, and now I'm going to select this, and then I'll turn it off, and then I'll do another render. And now hit J back and forth. So that's the difference that subsurface can make to something. You can see here where it's like fully dark, it's actually now the light is passing through it. And that's what gives something a milky kind of look. And it's, as I said, it's mostly true for things like food. You can see it. I take photos of it myself all the time when I'm out and about because I'm like, look at that subsurface. And my family think I'm weird. But I think it's cool. So anyways, there you go. So that's subsurface. All right, I'm going to pull the camera out to here, and then let's add a table, because this has to be a table. We're going to do the texturing in the next part, but let's add a table. Now, normally, if it was a table that you were, make sure I turn that off while I orbit around. If this was a large scene, right, whatever, you would have to do, like model an actual table. If you know the camera is only going to be here, doesn't matter about anything except the top surface. So all we need to model is Shift A, plane. That's it. That's our table. I just have to scale it up a little bit, but this is our table. It's actually really common in 3D. If you look at like breakdowns of 3D scenes in movies and stuff, everything is fakery. They're just like buildings are cards. They're just like a plane with a texture slapped on it. Nothing is real. when the camera moves, they might have to like model things properly, and people go like, "Oh, I have to model it now." But like if the camera's here, it doesn't matter. Just make it a plane. There you go. So that's a donut on a plate with a mug, and that for somebody who has never used 3D before, that's an achievement. This is the kind of thing that like back in the 90s, you probably would have won like scholarships for and stuff if you could pull this off. This used to be insanely difficult. It is still pretty difficult because 3D is hard. But yeah, if you have if you're new at it, this should make you proud. You've pulled this off. If you want to save this, by the way, you can go image and then go save, and then you can just save an image, PNG. You got all the options, JPEG, etc. However, if you want to make this look good in the next parts, we're going to be making this look much better by doing some texturing and making our table look good and adding some ceramic textures and things to different objects. But this is kind of the end of the modeling section of the donut tutorial. So we touched on, basic primitives. We add slight deformations. We extruded some things to
All right, let me just hit render, and then I can go into the texturing phase. And then we also go into the like sprinkles, and then putting the coffee inside of the cup. Yeah, my mic is on. Thank goodness. Hit render. Let's take a look. Wow, that looks kind of flat. But it does look good. Pretty good. You can see the end of the table over there as well. That's funny. Let me just grab this thing again and see where I went wrong. Image. Bada bing. Slot 1, it looks kind of bad, but slot 2 looks better-ish. All I did was make it a little darker. But I guess it's fine. Perfect. Kind of looks like someone's taking a picture of a Dunkin' Donut. That's pretty good. Let's go into the next tutorial where we're going to take a look at texturing.
It's time to texture these bad boys, finally, after hinting at it for so long. So we added some simple materials, and that is actually fine for some types of objects. Like you might actually have a plate and go like, it's just white plate, doesn't need any texture, but most things need texture. So I'm going to select my table floor here. I'm going to go to the material panel right here, and I'm going to add a new material since it doesn't have one. And let's look at how to add a texture. So right here where we've got base color, if we want to add a color texture, we just click on this little yellow dot next to it. I know that's not clear. It will become clear when I show you nodes. But when I click this, you get this slide out menu with a bunch of different options here. And the one that I'm looking for says image texture.
Hold on, camera battery died. Let me just... And that should be better. Ah, perfect. Alright, back to it.
Okay, so now I can hit open. And just to demonstrate this, I'm going to select a wood texture that I downloaded off the internet just to show you how this works. Now, on this note, if you happen to see this, if you use an image texture that you find online, it's because there is a new feature. There's a purpose. There's a new feature in Blender 5.0 where if it identifies in the name anything from the number 1000 to 2000, I think, it'll think that is a UDIM, which is a completely whole, production professional workflow kind of thing. It'll think it's a UDIM, and anyways, what you need to do is then change this to single image. But most of the time, most images, if it doesn't have those numbers, a string at the end, it should just load in fine. Anyways, let's say you had an image like this, and you wanted the table to look wood, right? We're not going to do that, but just to show you, you would see it's okay, right? But there is no bump information, okay? And that is because, of course, the 3D software doesn't know that there's supposed to be crevices here, right? Little dips in between the table, the fine tooth grain of it. It has no idea because it's just taken with a single camera. It would have no idea how to guess what that true information should be. I mean, there is technically a way to guess it, but it never really turns out well. So I'm not even going to bother showing you. So most of the time when you're talking about texturing in 3D and using image textures, like textures from the real world, you don't just grab a random image texture that you find online. You need to use PBR textures, which stands for physically based rendering textures. And there are many different places that you can get PBR textures from. The best website that I think is Polygon. POLIIGON.com. The link is below. And I think it's the best website because it's my website.
Don't worry, dude, just glaze yourself. I'm just gonna use Blend Kit because some of it is free. Let's see here. I'm gonna need a procedural. Too bad I can't find any PBR button in this thing. Huh. Procedural wood. Not bad. I'll grab this one. Yeah, that looks good. Let's just change the scale on that. It looks a little too squashed in. Looking at the table I'm sitting at, I'd like to get a little bit closer. Alright, screw it. I'm going into the shading tab. What is tilling? Isn't this supposed to be in there? Oh crap. Why does it say leather? Okay. Maybe there's a note that I can use to change the size. Scale? Yeah, crud. Yeah, I can't do that now, can I? Screw it, I'm screwing with this thing now. Oh crap, there we go. Close that. Let me just take a look and see, is this changing anything? Set all to default. So that's 1, and that's 0.05. So if I change this to 2, and this to 0.9, it didn't really do much. Dang it. Alright, fine. I'll get rid of it and use something else. Furniture wood. Let's go back into here. You know what? I'm gonna call it there. That looks good. That's what looked a little off. And yeah, that donut really is not having a good day. Cup's not having a good day either. Okay, that looks better. Let me just render that out and take a look at it. Pretty. Looks like a really bad porn game. Not that I would know. That's what it looked like before. That's what it looked like now. My cup placement is now on point. And what's he doing now? Let's take a look here. He's going through his polygon assets, and then he's looking for stuff. Yeah, you got free stuff on Polygon as well? Not that I'm gonna go searching through it. Alrighty then, let's get back to it.
And then back in Blender for my selected plane here, underneath base color, I'm just going to, just like before, select the image texture if you haven't already. Then I'm going to click open. And then a lot of these images look pretty similar. There's very little detail across them. There is some, but the one we're looking for is underscore base color. So that is the one we're going to start with. Okay, so this has given us a nice, clean, delit concrete floor texture, but the same problem. We don't have that height information there. And that's because, just like before, we've only loaded in information into the base color. So it's almost like this has been printed on cardboard. That's kind of the appearance there. So we need to load in the other PBR texture maps, they're called, all of those different images that we downloaded. And we could import and do them the same way by like clicking this little dot and then go image texture, but it's very fiddly. And this view here, you can probably tell is like, it's not designed for like complex texturing work. If you want to do complex texturing work, you should click on the shading tab at the top of your screen. Now this view looks completely different. You've got a 3D view at the top. You've got these nodes here, which are very useful. And then you got two over here that I think are kind of pointless. I don't really think they should be here. I've never really wanted them. So I'm going to right click on the like the divider between these little windows here. I'm going to say join left, and then I'm going to do the same for the bottom, join left. And then I want to flip it because I don't really like having like the top view and this. It's like, it's too widescreen to like look at things like this. So instead I'm going to right click this, say join down. And then at the top of my screen here, the top of the little divider there, until I get that little arrows, I'm going to right click and then I'm going to say vertical split. And then to make this one on the right hand side, those same shader nodes that we had from before, click from this little drop down at the top. By the way, if you don't see it, you just have to like middle mouse, like grab and pull across, and you will get all the way to the end there. But yeah, if I click that and then go shader editor, then close this by hitting the N key. It's a lot of steps. But now I have my shader nodes. So the shader nodes over here, this is actually the same information as what we have in our material over here. For example, if I was to adjust this roughness, you can see that it's adjusting both of those values there. And when we added in this and we clicked image texture, it was basically in the background adding in this node here, which loaded in the image texture. So this is it's a simplified view. If you want to do like small changes to a material, you use this panel here. If you want to do anything more complex than that, you use the shader nodes here. And it's pretty self-explanatory to understand how shader nodes work. It's like over here, this is your material output. It's the final material. And generally you have a shader, which is something like this, Principled BSDF. That is the shader that you use for like 99% of materials now. And then you just have a bunch of values. And then you can connect things into this to do different things. And I'm going to show you how we can like tweak this texture and do a bunch of stuff. But first, let's load in some of those PBR texture maps. By the way, if you're wondering, the view on the left-hand side of the screen here, why does this look different? This is because, and again, a middle mouse drag along the top there, we talked about the 3D viewport. We talked about the rendered view mode. We didn't talk about this one. This is the material preview mode. And it's literally designed for previewing materials because it loads in a like fake world view around it called an HDR, which you can actually swap out here. So you can see, different types of environments, but it's a way to like quickly visualize a material without having to like change a bunch of lighting to understand how the material is going to look, because materials look very different in different lighting setups. So it's actually a very useful mode, and it makes sense. It's called Material Preview. So let's load in another image. So I'm going to hit, I could hit Shift A, or I could just go Add at the top of the screen there. It's cool that Blender's hotkeys are the exact same ones everywhere. So Shift A is the same as Shift A over there, right? Add. And I'm going to go texture, and I'm going to say image texture. Okay. And now it's just asking where you want to drop it. So I can just drop it anywhere. And I'm going to click open. Then I'm going to navigate to that folder where all of the images are. And the first one I'm going to load in is this one called _normal, the purple one. And you can remember it as the normal map because it's normal to ask, why is that purple? That's how I remember it. Then just hit open on that. And the place that you would put that, you could guess, is the normal input, that little purple input there on our shader there. So the way you connect something to something else is you just, where there's a point, you just click that point and you just drag out and connect it to another point, and then you release. And then it is connected. Now you can see that there is some bump information now, but you wouldn't know it, but this is actually the wrong, it's partly the way to connect something, but we need to do something else. First of all, you can see that between here and here, we've gone from a yellow input to a purple input. Now it's okay to go from like yellow to gray because gray just means grayscale. So you can go from color information to gray information. That's fine. But normal is like vector information. Yeah, without getting technical, like the normal is the way the face is, like that invisible line of the faces. And this is like faking which direction each of those pixels has. But basically, we need to add something between here and here to convert this from color information into vector information. And we can do that by hitting Shift A to add again, and then going to displacement in this dropdown and clicking normal map. You can also, if you can't find it, you can go to the search bar and you can type in normal map as well. All right, once you've got this normal map, you then just need to drag it over that line until it lights up. And then you just want to do a single click and it will connect it. Okay, so now it is correctly connected, but still it's just not quite right. There is a lot of steps to like manually connecting PBR texture maps, which is why I want to show you the fast way to do this after this. But I need to show you this because you might be using PBR texture maps from elsewhere or from like production files and stuff, and you need to know how to actually manually connect them. So when you're working with PBR texture maps, the only texture that should have the color space sRGB is your base color, okay? Every other map should have the color space set to non-color. And again, without getting technical, I keep saying that because these shaders are very technical. It basically, it's converting it to linear space. So it's using that, or it's actually not doing any conversion. It's just saying like, let's use the raw values from that and just use it linear. Anyway. Other software sometimes call those utility maps, but Blender is non-color data. Okay, so now that we've got that, look, we've got bump across our concrete there. And if we went into the rendered view at the top there, you could see if I took my lamp at the top there and then I brought this like way down to the plane there, you can see we get this like nice gritty shadows cast across the surface there. And this is how you make materials that look realistic. You can't get this information any other way than by very expensively capturing these surfaces. And I know that because I've seen the bills. I know how much it costs to capture surfaces like this. And it can be thousands. That's where we started. And over the years, we've got that price way, way down. But it's a very expensive capturing process. It's not easy to do. It's not fun. It's very boring to do. So unless you really want to go into that space, it's not something you want to try to do. Anyways, so that's the normal map, but there is another map which is useful. So I'm going to hit Shift A to add another map, and I'm going to say texture, and I'm looking for image texture. Okay. And then I'm going to click open on this. And this time I'm looking for the one with underscore roughness at the end of the name. Okay, and then just like before, I need to make sure my color space is set to non-color data. And then finally, I want to drag this out to plug into my roughness input. Now, when you do that, you'll see that the material goes very, very dull. So it was like, before when we set this to like shiny like this, when we connect this in here, it goes dull because concrete is dull. So this is actually like the correct value for concrete. We like calibrated it to make sure. So this is that. Now, it's very often that you actually want to customize something. Like, for example, cafe tables often have concrete that has been like buffed or like coated in some sort of gloss or something like that, or an epoxy. So it's totally fine to just want to have like the free control of the slider there and not use it. Like the maps are there if you need them, right? If you really want to go for something realistic, you would use them all, but sometimes you don't, and it's totally fine to just disconnect them. Now, the other maps here, by the way, if you're curious, this yellow one, ORM, we don't use that in Blender. That's used by game engines. Polygon provides them because we, serve all the different renderers and softwares out there. Displacement is a different method than normal map. We're actually going to use that on the donut. Metallic is if the material contains metal. That's the only time you would use that. And then the other one is occlusion map, an ambient occlusion map. That's if there's like deep crevices, like if it's like a pebble pathway or something like that. This is the actual like shadows that like collects inside of crevices. But we don't need that. Honestly, most of the time, these three maps, the base color, the normal map, and the roughness, successfully installed. If it didn't successfully install, maybe you're on a Mac and maybe it actually automatically then go to, and then it will say out and you release zip when you download Polygon add-on, or you can just go to /Blender. This will show you how to install it. If you don't want to read that, I'll show you how to do it right now. Unlike before, when you have your zip file, do not unzip it. Blender actually needs this zip in order to properly install it. So what you do is you drag out and you release the zip file from anywhere on the computer, and then it will say, install this, because it'll recognize it as an add-on, and then you say, yep, install it, and you say, okay. Now, if you go to Edit, Preferences, then go to Add-ons, you should see one there called Polygon at the top there, which means it has been successfully installed. If it didn't successfully install, maybe you're on a Mac, but yeah, it should install if it is properly zipped. Now, once you have done that, in your 3D viewport over here, if you hit N, which brings up your properties, you should see a tab there that says Polygon. Then if you just like one click login, this will take you here, and then it will just say login confirmed. Go back into Blender, and you should see now we've got materials in a scroll bar, right? Which is pretty cool. And I can type in anything I want. Let's say sprinkles, because I know there's some sprinkles materials here, for example. But you could also browse by category, right? You can look at all the different ones. And importantly, this will actually download it. So one click download like this, and then one click apply. And look at this. All of this has been set up automatically. All of these are automatically set to non-color. We've got the exact, precise, correct use of every single map that is ready to go. But anyway, go back to my previous material here, and let's go to the free category, and then let's use another one. So this speckled glazed ceramic plate. And by the way, you can like click the little drop down there if you want to see something online to get like a better picture for it. You can quickly view it that way. But this is the one we want to apply to our plate here. So with my plate selected, I need to, first of all, hit download. I've already done it, which is why I don't see it, but you hit download and it'll just save it to your folder, which is in your preferences. And then with an object selected, you should be able to hit apply. If you don't see the apply box, it means that you haven't got an object selected, so make sure one is selected in order to click that box. Okay, so we have correctly applied it. You can see all the nodes are there. It's the correct material. Why isn't it showing up on our object? Now, this isn't a fault of the texture or anything like that. This is to do with texture mapping, which is the next thing to understand when it comes to textures. Is textures are 2D, right? 2D. And our objects are obviously 3D. So how do you apply a texture to an object? There are so many different ways. And the most common way is to use UV unwrapping, which is the default method, which is what it's actually looking for right now. You can see that's the texture coordinate that it's called in is UVs. And for something like a plate, this is the most simplest thing ever because it's just creating UVs. So in edit mode, so just tab and then select your entire mesh like that. Then hit U for unwrap, and then select unwrap angle based. And look, now the texture has been applied. So what did that actually do? If you go to your UV editing tab at the top of your screen there, just click that, you will see, and let's focus on our object. So number pad right there, and I'll just turn this off so we can see the mesh underneath it, and this one as well. And let's look at the wireframe. Okay, so when we UV unwrapped it, it basically took, in the case of something as flat as this, it just took a snapshot of it and then it put it into the 2D space over here. And from your drop down, you could actually change it to the color map and you could see where it's actually applied to on it. So if I select a point right here on the mesh, you can see which point is actually selected there. So it's right next to this little spot and you can see there is this spot in the ceramic there, okay? And as if I was to select everything with A, and then if I was to hit R to rotate, you can see that the texture is being updated over there. In fact, if I turn off the overlay there just to see it more clearly, and then I turn on the thickness, right? Watch this. As I select everything in edit mode, I can move this around and the texture coordinates are updating in real time. Okay, I can also scale this by hitting S, and this is a really common thing you do because like often a mesh is a completely different size to the captured size of the object. In Polygon's case, for like detailed textures like this is a 30 by 30 centimeter texture, which is actually probably pretty perfect for a plate. Maybe a plate should be a little bit scaled in like that so that the dots are a little bit bigger. But you could see this is very, very easy to do. Let's go back to layout over here. I'm going to select the icing now.
Yeah, shit, I can't find a icing thing.
Oh, and let's do...
Oh no, he's doing UV unwrapping. That's bad. I don't want to touch that. I really don't want to touch that.
Type in anything I want. Let's say sprinkles, because I know there's some sprinkles materials here, for example. But you could also browse by category, right? You can look at all the different ones. And importantly, this will actually download it. So one-click download like this, automatically. All of these are correct previous category. And let's go to the free category. And then let's use another one. So this speckled glazed ceramic plate. And by the way, you can like click the little drop down there if you want to see something online to get like a better picture for it. You can.
Oh well. Guess I'll just find a paper towel texture and put that on the paper towel over there. Napkin. Let's try that. Yeah. Stick that on there. What happened? Ah, there we go. That looks strange. Alright, looks like a napkin to me. Let's just take a look at the render first. Yeah, crap, I wanted to put in there. Alright, let's see what I'm dealing with here. Dang it. Oh crap, let me get rid of all these. Okay. Alright, let's just quickly render and take a look at what we are doing. Pretty good, pretty good. That looks like a napkin. Just let me reply scale, and then take a look at what else is wrong with it. The location, maybe. Wrong one. Control A. It's gonna be location. Screw it, all transforms. Yeah, that should fix it. It's gonna UV unwrap a plate just to get to all that.
Very, very.
Let me just see if there is a donut texture here. Should I try? I don't really want to try it because I might need to UV unwrap it, which I don't want to do. Dang it. Oh. Dang it. Damn it. And I can't figure out how to change it. Oh wait, that's just a specular. Junk. At least we have displacement, that's cool. Fuck. Does that work? I hope. Damn it. Damn. Dang it. Whoever made this is an asshole. Like, the fuck am I supposed to do now? I could change the fucking scale of it, but I can't change how many fucking lines I put in there. What kind of fucking deep fryer would I even put this in? Screw it, I'm spinning it. Shit.
Easy to do. Let's go back to layout over here. I'm going to select the icing now, and let's do one that's a little bit more complicated. So I'm going to hit N to bring up the properties again. I'm going to scroll down. So this is in the textures free category, scrolling down, and I'm looking for the strawberry pink glaze. Okay, so we.
The fuck do you mean? I type in glaze, or even icing, and all I get is fucking ceramic shit. Oh wow, beautiful. It's glazed ceramic pink. Thank you, James Middleton, for clogging up the entire fucking thing with ceramic. I'm gonna have to go download the texture online from this idiot. No offense. And of course, there it is, finally. Let me guess, with this thing I'm gonna have to UV unwrap it. Goddamn genius. This is gonna take so long. Stream's already been going for 3 hours. What's another whole hour? Isn't it, Not this tab. Not that tab, not this tab. Not that one, this one. Let's just hit N on that, and hey, look, polygon. Which one best describes you? Angry? Do you have an option for angry? Oh wow. G-A-Z-E. Hit enter. There's still no filtering by free now, is there? Asset preferences. Where is the preference that says free only? You know, like in BlendKit where you just pop down and there was a... Oh, I have to log in again. Fuck. Ceramic, 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 ceramic. Damn. Select category. Free, finally. Why is it a category? Why is it not a filter? Of course it's a category. Of course it's a category. Everything on this goddamn add-on is paid. Well, except for everything I'm looking at right now, because it's a separate fucking category. But hey, I can scroll between textures, models, HDRIs. But if I need anything else, I need it to be free. Speckled glazed ceramic, don't want it. Rustic wood, don't want it. A-Z-E. I typed that in already, didn't I? Oh my goodness. I'm still in the free cat. Oh my god. Wow, on the 4th goddamn page. Thank you for this tutorial. My goodness. I have learned so much about Polygon. Maybe you could tell me about something else I could pay you for, huh? Wow. Let me see if I could change the color. No, I cannot. You know what? Screw it. This video's been going on for too long anyways. Let's see if we can find the damn donut texture. Hey, there it is. Still on the fourth tab. But hey, there's free gold. Apply. Can't change the color as well. Well, not that you would need to. Because, like, it's a donut. Go to the shading tab. Let me see how this actually looks. Oh, wow. Oh, wait. That's why. Let's just see what he says.
We got this strawberry pink texture, right? And this was actually captured by literally pouring a bunch of icing into a pan and then using a stereoscopic scanner to capture it from all dimensions so that you get this like real stuff popping through. See, there is some texture on here, unlike the plate, which came in like nothing. And this one here, so it's already got some UVs, but all that extra work that we did at the bottom there, like extruding some things down, that's all been missed. All of the way that things have been shifted because now it's lumpy, all of that is missing as well. So it would help to actually UV unwrap this again and project these points in a way that actually matches the mesh. So the way to think about this is, what if this mesh was made of paper and we had along that edge there? That should select all the way around it. So do check that it goes all the way around it. If it doesn't, then this next step will come out a little bit funny. Anyways, now that I've selected that, to add a cut, we're going to hit Control E, and then I'm going to select Mark Seam. Okay. And now if I was to go back into wireframe mode here and then just turn off this selection, you should see that we've got a line here that is red. By the way, the one next to it that is purple, that is the one that has the crease, which we added when we used the solidify thing to make it cling to the donut a little bit better. So we've got this line that goes all the way around it, okay? And that has done a cut. Now, nothing has changed yet because we still haven't UV unwrapped it, and that's okay because we need to do one more right in the middle of our donut. If you just select like a random point on the inside of the donut there, then hit your focus key, tilde 3 or numpad period, then you should be able to get in nice and close to it. Now that I'm here, I'm going to do the same thing. So hold down Alt and then select this line here. And now I'm going to hit Control E and do another seam. Okay. Now that I've done that, select the entire mesh and hold down Alt and then select this line here. And now I'm going to hit Control E and do another seam. Okay. Now that I've I've done that, select the entire mesh, and just like before, to unwrap it, it's U. U to unwrap, and unwrap angle based. Now watch what happens. Ready? Entire mesh, and just like before, to unwrap it, it's U. U to unwrap, and unwrap angle based. Now watch what happens. Ready? Like that before. Okay, anyways, but look, that is perfect. That's pretty well perfect. I mean, there's probably a little bit of stretching there. There's always going to be stretching, guys. You'll never get it perfect, but as long as the stretching is minimal, like that is pretty well good. It's laid flat, like it looks almost like a cowhide rug, you know, like the dead animal that's been stretched out. It looks like that, but like that's how it works, right? So now if I go into material view, look at this now. We no longer have, I mean, you couldn't really see it clearly before, but you no longer have the stretching that was happening there. It's now been properly overlays at the top there. So you can just click that little box. That'll turn off everything so you can't even see what's selected. And now I can just change the scale here and I could make it bigger or smaller. But yeah, you can play with the size and try and get it good. But why does it look so pale and pink and like not as fun as it was before? Well, it's because when we added in that texture, right, when we clicked this, it overrid the material that we had before. So if you go back to your shading tab, you'll see we got all these textures. And for example, before we had a pink color that was in the base color. Now it's been overridden with the actual strawberry color, which was captured with the camera. However, that strawberry is a little paler than what I want. So I'm actually going to disconnect it because there's not actually that much information in color when it's something like this. All the information is in the bump. So we can really just get by with, actually we don't need metallic because there's definitely no metal in it. I'm going to keep the roughness. That's okay. Okay to keep because I just actually want to see that. I'm going to disconnect this, but I now have this lovely bubbly sugar crystals, real glaze going on the donut. All right, now let's do another fun one. Let's do the donut itself. Now this is an interesting one that I had my team do.
It's about fucking time.
Before I started recording, I had them go out and scan a real donut scan it all the way around, then map it to a torus, and then just get the extracted data. And because this has been already UV unwrapped to map the exact square, just like what we, just like what is captured for this type of map here, now I can just apply this and it'll automatically do it. So let's do that. Hit apply, and that's pretty good. Like, that's nice color. We got...
Yeah, shit. Fuck. 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 Well, guess that's it. I can't do anything more. Fucked it up. I done fucked it up. Can't do anything more. Yep, there ain't no way of unfucking it. Unless I, like, go back in the fucking save or some shit. Yeah, fuck it. Yay, I'm back here. Let me guess, I don't even have, yeah. Great. Look at that rendered fucking view already. Ray tracing on, blah blah blah. Hey look, it's on. Fuck this. Yay. I already downloaded that. Turns off the basic color and all he does is klooges on it. Yeah. Now let me use a really good add-on that actually works. Look, free burst, easy to find. Just click it. Boom! Everything is free, and I can still use the search function. Just click, drag, put it down. Done. No need to click download, then click apply. Oh wow, look, the the dipl- the displacement on the one that I got from BlendKit was, why, it was already applied. But on this one, I had to go all the way to the bottom there and plug it in myself. I mean, it's almost as if they didn't care. But hey, one is more expensive than the other. Is it on cycles? Why is it on cycles? I was on Eevee. Ray tracing on and all that. Napkin looks good. Donut looks okay-ish. I'm gonna have to select this and make it like 55 or something. Lock the camera. That way I can get a nice view of all that shit. Rotate that on the z-axis just so that I can do that. And you know what? Let's go into solid view and render out the image one last time. I said that the last time as well, but much better. Much better. Average viewer duration is 55 seconds. Well, at least they watched it for longer than 5 seconds. And my Twitch analytics saying that there's still only 2 viewers, and I know one of them is me. But right now, no one is watching on YouTube. Absolutely zero.
But nice bump there. If we bring back our icing, you can see that's already pretty good, right? But there is something else that we can do, because when I was talking about shading, you might remember I mentioned that there is 2 different ways of creating creating bumps, right? And the normal one, the purple one, that's the one we've been using thus far. But there's another one here which comes in disconnected, and it's the displacement map. Now, in the newer versions of the Polygon add-on, like the next version that's coming out after this, you'll be able to, in this last use box here, you'll have an option that says displacement type. You can currently see it in cycles. So if you use that, you can change it here to displacement and bump. But because Eevee only just came with this feature to enable displacement, it's not yet there. So we would have to connect it ourselves. But essentially all it's doing is when you change that little drop down there, if I grab all these things here, hit G to move them down, and then I sever this tie with the normal, and then I take my displacement. Don't put it in the normal input though, put it in the displacement output of the material here. And what this is doing now is, well, it's still a fake bump, but the other setting that it would enable is here in your material properties, right down here at the bottom where it says displacement, it would change that to displacement and bump. And now if I select my icing, hit H to hide it, you can see that the mesh has changed, right? This is the underlying mesh. It's now kind of expanded. And this is actually the captured data of the height, and it's being projected out of the donut. But it can only use the actual data which is on the mesh, okay? So it currently looks kind of like chunky because there's not enough information. So if you go to your modify panel here, and then what would we add to add more geometry? We would add in another subdivision surface. And now when we do that, if I increase this, you can see if I increase it 2, 3, 4 times in the viewport, you can see I get a lot more data come through. Okay, I think 3 is about it. I'm just gonna, I'll set render to 3 or 4. Yeah, I'll set it to 3. That should be fine. It comes in a little bit projected. If you want to change the scale of it, you can also do that here. I could change the scale from 0.2 to about a 0.15. Also, you should see how it looks with your icing. So I'm going to hit Alt H. You can see it's actually, clipping through it. So I'll select my donut again, and I'll change this scale here to about a 0.12, like that. And then, of course, the other value that this is missing is the subsurface scattering, because, again, we overrid the placeholder stuff that we had there before. So in here, I'm going to sever this connection, and then I'm going to set this to 1, and then I'll just make this, whatever. And look, you can make this look like so buttery nice. Like, look at how soft and fluffy this donut looks. How cool is that? Like that. Bring it back. Look at that. We've got real icing with the real crystals. We've got real donut that has been captured and projected onto our torus. And that's just 2 materials, which is really cool. The final object to texture is our mug, and I'm going to do that in the next part because we need to go much deeper into UV unwrapping and show how to unwrap a custom object. So join me. The time has come to...
I don't want to unwrap that goddamn mug of mine. I think the texture is fine. I just want to put in the damn coffee and get it over with. And he's really going into detail with this damn thing.
Free extension, and it's a great excuse to talk about extensions in Blender and how to install them. But yeah, there's a free one and it's amazing, and so I'm going to show you how to get it.
Huh? Okay.
So go to Edit, then Preferences, then go Get Extensions, and with a fresh install, it'll first ask you, do you want to let Blender read the internet, because it's not going to do that without your permission. So say Allow Online Access, and by the way, you can change that in the future if you want, inside of System, Allow Online Access. Anyways, now that you're here, in the top right-hand corner of the Get Extensions, there's a little unassuming drop-down. Then click on Visit Extensions Platform. You can also find it by just going to extensions.blender.org. Anyways, so these are all, but they are all free, like safety. So the one that we're
Yeah, you wouldn't know a damn thing about giving things out for free.
Moy 3. Oh no, that's right. Oh, it's Mio. Oh, that's why I wasn't finding it. It's Mio 3. Okay, there you go. I thought Blender's search was so bad, but it's just Mio 3, not Moy. All right. Mio 3 UV. Okay. So this is the extension. Now you might think like I have to download something, unzip it, and do that. No, it's actually really simple. So all you do is you grab your browser like this, just like separate it to make it like a half window like this. Get this like little outline box there, and see how your cursor changes to the
Drag and drop, yada yada.
And it'll now say, do you want to install it? You say, yes, I do. And then that's it. You can see at the bottom there, it says installed window. If I hit N to bring up properties, you can see I've got a little option here that says Mio 3. And look, we've got a bunch of options that I honestly have not played with, most of them. Most of the ones I'm looking for are right at the top here. So the one that I use all the time is Gridify. Okay, and look what happens as I click this. Dun dun! It does what we're looking for. It converted that from this like stretched, like kind of view to making it look actually squarish and like a grid. And that is perfect. And now you can see that line there across the ceramic is lining up across it. So that is absolutely perfect. I have no complaints. It's worked perfectly well. I do, though, just want to apply it to this part of the handle as well, because the same thing would apply to that. Make sure I do it in face select mode, so I'll hit L. So I'm just selecting the handle by itself. And then here with it, or you can also just do it on the island itself there, like that. And then go to Mio again, and I'm looking for Gridify. Okay, and there we go. Hitting L, and the, like, screen there, so you just have and larger, and I'll probably look left to right, which is nice. Handle be tiled, okay? So that text is just tiling all the way to the left and to the right and above it. So yeah, so I can position this wherever I want, like so. Now you can see here, it's that center line. Be there's look at
All right, let's just get right through this so I can get to the coffee portion.
I should have said the tech that you doesn't matter. Well, it is. It's like yeah, to so that I can access the nodes here, maps here, like that we scan. Control. My most need to look as fusion of information standardized. It's like this. Disconnect. If you put that for node over here, let's have a look. I will change though. Looking at this, is this concrete is mighty pale. It doesn't look very good. It doesn't look very bad. That up, so it's it's so. And there's a bunch for the highlight like that and mute it. So this is what we started with, and that's nice. And then you can obviously play with the roughness and stuff, and we'll get to that when we go to the lighting a little bit more.
I can't wait till we get to the lighting. My lighting looks like shit right now.
A circle in it, right? Look at this line.
Oh my goodness.
That is a circle. If I could just take that and make it a new object, I can use it. So to do that, I can select that line and then hit Shift D, right? I've got my circle now. Then I want to hit Escape, okay? So it's now just brought it back to where it was. And now I'm going to hit P. P is how you separate something to a new object. So you're separating part of the mesh. So now...
Alrighty then. Oh. We're going back into solid view. I am not selected into that. I would like to suck that in. Select that, go into there, and we're going into number 2. Allow me. Oh, fuck off. They keep showing me how to do that. Just click there, and the whole thing just does it. But whenever I have to do it, I have to go all the way around the damn object every single time. Shift D. And then what do you say? It was P. Selection. Give me that. Tab out of there. They show me that one, and then I say, what is it? F? No? No F? Fine.
I'm going to hit Selection, like that. And now, if I go over to my outliner here, we should see 2 mugs. So this is my original mug, and then
Yeah.
let's put it in edit mode.
Yeah.
All right, and I'll turn off the that little view there so that I can just see. Where is it? Hold on a second. All right, okay. So you have to go into wireframe mode in order to see it there. But yeah, that is my my circle. And actually, yeah, I should just be in my layout mode, shouldn't I? Not in shading, I should be in layout. So I'm going to go here. Let's do the same thing, wireframe mode. Okay. So this circle obviously isn't being rendered because there's no face on it. So if I go into here, into wireframe, I need to create a face on that, and I can do that by hitting F. Okay.
No shit, hey?
So I've now got a face, and it's completely flat across it. And this is okay, and this would, it'd work for most things, but there is a small detail that you notice when you look at like if you've got coffee on your desk right now, if you have a look at it, where the coffee, like where the water meets the actual edge there, there's like surface tension, and it actually rises up against the edge there. And you might think that is like a negligible detail, but that line there always catches light. And when it's missing, the eye goes like, that looks fake. So it's a very small thing, but we can add that line in here very simply. So in edit mode, going back in wireframe mode, so with our solid face here, I can create an inset. Okay, have we talked about insets? I'm trying to think. Yeah, we did a little, we've done some insets. Okay, but yeah, you hit I, okay, to do an inset. And that's just like creating a line, like that goes all the way around that one single face there. And now I can put it like, let's go right there. And then right underneath it, I'm just going to, right here, I'm going to hit G and then Z to bring it down, like so. And then now let's have a look at it in solid view mode and look at that. So I've now got it, and it's pretty good. I might just do another inset because it's got this like crimped kind of effect there. So I'm going to hit I just so that it's not so noticeable on that portion. Okay, nice. And now all I need to do is right click it and say shade smooth. So now I've got a little raised edge to it. Excellent. By the way, quick little opportunity to talk about something. Like, it's kind of hard to see that raised edge there. It is there, but it's just like the lighting doesn't really make it visible. So sometimes when you're modeling, it can be helpful to change the way things are displayed here. So there's a really powerful tool in the top right-hand corner. The default lighting is studio. If you go to matte cap and then click this ball here, you've got all these options which can show you different views. It's actually how I create some of my 3D, my YouTube thumbnails, because some of these look really beautiful. But like you can see, that's so much more useful for seeing what that edge actually looks like there on that. And there's some like this, which are designed to like show you where there is like artifacting on your mesh, because it'll reveal problems with the mesh that you otherwise might not have seen. And these are new in Blender 5.0. They redid the matte caps, I should say. But anyways, it's cool, it's nice to have, but we don't really need it. Okay, so to give it a coffee foam texture, I'm going to hit N to bring up my properties over here, and then I'm going to download my coffee foam atlas texture. So let's hit download, and then with it selected, I'm going to hit apply. And if I go into rendered view mode, it should look like that. Let's go to the UV editor, okay, because I don't think it's been UV unwrapped.
Oh,
nope,
fuck.
It has not been UV unwrapped. And then I'm going to go into top view mode by hitting 7, and then I'm just going to say U and then go unwrap angle based, like that. Now I want to see this on my coffee atlas because this is a special texture and it's called an atlas texture. I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so it looks like this. And this is a bunch of different coffee foams that you get to choose from. And so in edit mode, with this UV selection here, I need to scale this down over the coffee foams, and then I just move them around to the one that I want. Like, what sort of coffee foam do you want on your mug? Right? Like some bubbles. Funny story with the coffee foam, like the annoying thing about having like an asset company is every subject it's like trying to reinvent the wheel, because like how do you create a texture for coffee foam? Because you could photograph it, but then how do you get the detail of like the bubbles, right? Because like bubbles, you can't get the shape of those bubbles. Like, so we used like substance first. Like we hired somebody to make some very expensive substance materials. I can't remember what we paid, $2,000 or something like that. But then there are some things which are just like really hard to do procedurally with substance. Substance, if you don't know, it's like a completely separate texturing software. It's very complicated, all node-based. But we got somebody like super skilled, and it's just really hard to get the detail of bubbles here. And then we had a guy on her team who was like on Saturday, he's like, look, I don't know if this is going to work, but I took some photographs of some coffee, and then I took it into Substance Painter and I manually placed the bubbles so that they all have the exact like shape of the detail, and it worked. And it was like sometimes the cheap and easy. I mean, it was, you know, it still took them a day to do it, but like it actually works. But yeah, it's kind of like we just have to guess what's actually going to work for it, and just kind of wing it. But anyways, you can pick whichever one you want. I can't even remember which one I used for the... Oh yeah, it was that one at the top. That was what I used in the animation. But I'll let you choose, because you've got 9 choices to choose from. Some of them frothy, espresso looking, but that was the one that I went with. Now, if you go to render it, you might...
How in the fuck? No, okay. No, okay, fine. Ah, there it is. Oh. What is this on? Oh, it's on fucking cycles. Why is it on cycles? Why is it on cycles? How to enable displacement in Eevee in Blender 5.0. Go in, then go to material properties. Where the fuck is material properties? God damn it. Material properties. Settings! Finally. Bump and displacement. For fuck's sake. A. Alright. Gotta turn this to fucking... I don't know why it keeps going to that. Dealer properties, yada yada. Both. 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 It's already on that. And both. And this. Both. Okay then. Wow.
Mode by hitting 7, and then I'm just going to say U and then go unwrap angle based, like that. Now I want to see this on my coffee atlas because this is a special texture and it's called an atlas texture. I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so it looks like this, and this is a bunch of different coffee foams that you get to choose from. And so in edit mode, with this UV selection here, I need to scale this down over the coffee foams, and then I just move them around to the one that I want. Like, what sort of coffee foam do you want on your mug, right? Like some bubbles. Funny story with the coffee foam, like the annoying thing about having like an asset company is every subject it's like trying to reinvent the wheel, because like how do you create a texture for coffee foam? Because you could photograph it, but then how do you get the detail of like the bubbles, right? Because like bubbles, you can't get the shape of those bubbles. Like, so we used like substance first. Like we hired somebody to make some very expensive substance materials. I can't remember what we paid, $2,000 or something like that. But then there are some things which are just like really hard to do procedurally with substance. Substance, if you don't know, it's like a completely separate texturing software. It's very complicated, all node-based. But we got somebody like super skilled, and it's just really hard to get the detail of bubbles here. And then we had a guy on our team who was like on Saturday, he's like, look, I don't know if this is gonna work, but I took some photographs of some coffee, and then I took it into Substance Painter and I manually placed the bubbles so that they all have the exact like shape of the detail. And it worked, and it was like sometimes the cheap and easy. I mean, it was, you know, it still took him a day to do it, but like it actually works. But yeah, it's kind of like we just have to guess what's actually going to work for it, and just kind of wing it. But anyways, you can pick whichever one you want. I can't even remember which one I used for the. Oh yeah, it was that one at the top. That was what I used in the animation. But I'll let you choose because you've got 9 choices to choose from. Some of them frothy, espresso looking, but that was the one that I went with. Now, if you go to render it, you might find, I'm not actually seeing it on this one. First time I brought it in, there was in the shading tab, because it treats this as like alpha. Yeah, so I thought it treated that as like alpha. We don't really need that alpha. Like alpha will make something like transparent, but there's nothing transparent on this. So if you see any like see-through stuff or whatever, you might just have to disconnect that. I don't need metallic. I do need the roughness, the base, and the normal, so I'm going to keep those. And I also don't need my AO, so I'm going to Control X on that, and there we go. So that was the very basics of UV unwrapping. If you want to go further and learn how to UV unwrap something a lot more detailed with hard, flat surfaces, placing the cuts in the right spots to avoid stretching, as well as how to UV unwrap something smooth and organic, and then texture it using procedural textures, painted textures, that's all covered in my course called the Beginner's Academy, which I designed for people who have finished this tutorial and want to go further. So if you're interested in that, the link for that is beneath this video. Otherwise, let's continue on with finalizing our donut scene by clicking this video on screen. In this video,
let's render this out and take a look how it looks. absolute shite. Oh my god, there's still a whole nother video after this one. And only then does he get to lighting. He's putting fucking sprinkles on the donut.
I'm going to show you how to use the new Scatter on Surfaces modifier that was introduced in Blender 5.0 to add some lovely sprinkles to our donut. But first, we need to model those sprinkles because you can't scatter nothing. And I want to add my sprinkle on top of my donut or close to it, just so that I can see relatively the size of it is correct for the donut. And so how can you do that? How can you add an object and place it somewhere in the same motion? And you can do that by moving the 3D cursor, which is this little guy down here. And sometimes it's in a weird place.
It does look
and
better.
Like, why did it end up there and how can I move it? So you can move it by holding down Shift and then right mouse dragging, and then that'll place it on the surface underneath your mouse. So yeah, it's placed it right there. I might actually move it up a little bit, just kind of, yeah, just about there. Yeah, so I want to see it just above my donut. All right, so now we need to add a new object, and that is going to be a cylinder, of course. So add mesh and then cylinder. You could also use a sphere if you wanted to, if you want to get like round sprinkles. I'm not a fan of those. They're too crunchy and just like, I don't know. I always like the long ones. So we're going with the long sprinkle with the cylinder. And just like before, we're going to go in the last use settings here. I'm going to change my radius to the smallest because, I mean, hey, we're making a sprinkle. And yeah, let's start there. So it probably should be a little bit bigger than that. So obviously if you just like click and drag on this, it's just way too sudden movement, but holding Shift, right, remember I mentioned that, that'll use like smaller increments. So I think that's, yeah, that's pretty good. And then I'll just increase the depth of this to make it a little bit longer, you know, something like that. It's just a starting block before we actually start editing it. The main one though is the vertices. So I want to add like a really, oh, gosh, I hit the wrong button on my zoom it tool and I flew in there, but all right, we can work with this. I want to add a rounded corner to my sprinkle there. So we're going to be using a subsurf modifier. And if we were to add it on a mesh with 32 vertices, every level of subdiv would like double that. So it'd go 64 and then, yeah, 128, right? So way too much. So I'm going to drop this to 6 vertices, so super low poly, but it's what we're going to use. All right.
6.
Now, add my subsurf. I'm going to move me just to the side here, so I'm not blocking everything. That's kind of the optimal place I've found for me. It's like just right on that line. I only have to move my head sometimes when I do that, but otherwise I shouldn't be blocking too much. Anyways, now add modifier, generate, and we're going subdivision surface. And
Crystal.
So the reason we've got this diamond shape is, as I've mentioned before, it's using the like middle points of each face essentially. So it has to go from here to the middle point of this giant long face, so to here. So it's now
guessing we
averaging out
just
those points. But if I want to make a tighter round a bit around here, I just have to basically move add a point here to add that roundness to it, so it only goes to there. And then I will also do another one here so that it's the same thing on the bottom. So in edit mode, tab, I'm going to hit Control R to add my loop cut. And then it's obviously saying where do you want to place that loop cut, so click there. And then just slide it up to somewhere near the top like that. Click, and then do the same to the bottom. Control R, click, slide to the bottom. Okay, and now let's have a look at that. Just have a look in relation to the size of the donut. Do we want it any bigger? Do we want to change the size? All right. Now, yeah, I'm going to right-click it, and I'm going to say Shade Smooth, just so that I can see how that looks. Okay. Now, we could begin scattering at this point, but if we did, we would end up with this exact same sprinkle all over it, and that much repetition to your eye just looks fake. Like every single sprinkle, actually the way they make sprinkles is just like from a piping bag, right? So you just literally just pipe out a bunch of this, piping, right, glaze, and then it dries, and then you just
not
like
that
break
thick,
it up.
but
So
okay.
they all end up in different sized shapes and stuff. So we need to add more sprinkles, just of different shapes and sizes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all rename this by hitting F2. I'm going to call it, oh boy, late in the day sprinkle, okay? And now, we haven't really mentioned collections before, but they're basically buckets, and you can move things in and out of buckets. So there's a default one that comes in here, but you can move it out of this whole collection by just taking the sprinkle, clicking, and dragging it up. So I'm going to drop it into my scene collection there. And the reason I'm doing that is now I'm going to select this whole thing, and I'm just going to exclude, okay? So now, when you hit exclude, it's not going to show up in your viewport or your render. It's effectively like it has vanished from the scene, but you can easily bring it back there. So it's just a way to like quickly edit, a bunch of different things and then bring back the rest of your scene. Okay, so here is my sprinkle. I want to create variants of it. So first I'm going to go into front view mode and then focus. So 1 and then numpad period. Now what I want you to do is to create some variants by duplicating your sprinkle and creating different twists and turns and shapes and things. And I'm not going to walk you through doing this. You should be able to do it if you've been following the series. But also, I want to tell you something more important that every Blender user needs to hear. Blender needs your help. When you downloaded Blender, you might remember that it didn't ask for your credit card, which is good. It means that everybody in the world can have free access to 3D and try it out. But what's bad is that Blender doesn't have as much money as it needs to develop the software. There are so many areas of Blender that they want to improve, they want to develop, but they lack the funds. Texture painting, the whole physics engine, sculpting tools, the compositor. So the headquarters of Blender, which is in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, if you didn't know, they hire some full-time developers to work there in their offices and also some full-time contractors from around the world to contribute and work on these features. And they get the funding from that from the Dev Fund, which is the engine that enables Blender. So if you have been enjoying this donut series and you've been enjoying Blender, please donate. If you can go here and join a monthly donation of 5, 10, or if you're a high roller, 25 or higher is amazing. This will enable more people who can't afford this to try out Blender, to download it, and so that the software can remain competitive. Because I don't know if you know this, but Autodesk made $315 million from 3ds Max and Maya last year. Blender doesn't have that money. So if you want Blender and open source to win, we do need people to donate. So please consider. The link is underneath this video. You can click that and please make a donation. All right, with that spiel out of the way, we can get back to it. So I'm gonna bring back my scene now. All right, pull it out, and yeah, let's move this into a new collection. So we briefly talked about collections, but they're essentially buckets. They're just ways to organize objects into different buckets, and you can reference those buckets in different parts of Blender, but that's basically it. So I want to create a bucket, a collection for my sprinkles. Now you can create a new collection by hitting that little button at the top there, and you can just create a bunch of different collections and rename them. But if you want to move something and create a collection at the same time, you can do that as well. So if you select all your objects here, or you select them here in the outliner, then you just hit M to move. You can move it to an existing collection, or you can create a new collection and move it there. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to call this sprinkles. Okay. And now that I've got that, I'm actually going to uncheck it, because we don't actually need to see the sprinkles visibly in order to reference them in our scatter system. So otherwise they just kind of get in the way there. So, all right, so here it is, exciting moment. With your icing selected, we are going to add in a modifier, and it is the brand new scatter on surface modifier, which is only there as of Blender 5.0. If you don't see it, you're not using 5.0, or at least you're not using a version later than 5.0 if you watch this at a later time. So scatter on surface. All right, so.
And then you just gotta use scatter on surface. Cool.
So many little settings and things, but it's very well made. It's I actually love it. It's a fantastic modifier. I'm so happy that it exists. But anyways, the first thing we need to reference is here. what object are we scattering? That's the instancing here, okay? So we're not instancing one object, we're going to do the entire collection. So go collection, and then here, click on sprinkles. And look, we've got not what we expected. What's going on? So the first thing we need to do is, first of all, why is there only one of them? That's because density is really low. If we increase density, we get more of them, but still, it's just getting worse, Andrew. What's going on? So first of all, underneath instancing, you need to check pick instance. That's the first thing. And that is so that it doesn't reference the entire group as one thing to be scattered. You're instead referencing the individual parts of that collection, which is the individual sprinkles. And then as well as that, it has reset the transform because like it bases it off of how far away is it from the center of the thing. But if you go reset, then it actually bases it on the...
Sorry about that. My camera battery just died again. Let's just check if this camera's working again. Yeah, it's working again. Sorry I had to take so long. I had to piss again. And I'm down to one viewer again, which is me.
The point of those sprinkles. Okay, cool. So, ooh, look, we've got a alien-looking landscape or something, right? But yeah, you can see you can increase this. The higher you go, the more sprinkles you will get. How do we change the rotation? So, underneath transform, oh, right here, right where my head and everything is, transform. Okay, you get extra settings here. So we want to change the alignment axes, and you can just cycle through it until you get the correct one. But yeah, it looks like Y is the one. And then also, man, I should just, hang on a sec, let me just move me, yeah, a little bit, yeah, there we go. Okay. Randomize.
But I don't.
So this is cool. So if we add randomize here, check that box, then go here. Now we can randomize and add slight variances to how it is being rotated. So to rotate on the y-axis, we just increase that to 360, and look at that. We've got sprinkles on the donut. But we can go further. We can do so much more. There's a setting at the top here which is called surface offset, because you can see how it's like they're submerged in the icing. Now sprinkles do submerge a little bit in wet icing, but probably not as much as this. So I just want to increase this very, very slightly. So if I just hold down shift and kind of drag out, I can get it to there just resting on top like that. You wouldn't believe, by the way, how much effort it was to create this in Blender previously. Like, bit of brief history on scattering in Blender. The old way was to use the particle system in Blender, which was like old and legacy, and it was badly coded, and it kind of worked, but it was, you know, it was annoying. And then they came out with geometry nodes, which was all math-based and mathematical, but to do stuff like this required so much work to set it up. And then now they've come out with scatter on surface, which is still geometry nodes. So if you don't know geometry nodes, there's a tab at the top there, you can click it, and this is what it looks like. It's nodes, right? But the cool thing is that this just comes packaged with Blender now, and this is already done. So the guys at the Blender Institute that you know, need your money, right, so that they can keep working, they came up with this crazy math-based thing, so it's got all the options that we need, that everyone will ever need, and then only one person needed to do it, and then we can all access it for free. So it means that creatives don't have to dive into math just to scatter some sprinkles on a donut, which is what the last 3 versions of this donut tutorial had to do. And then everyone complained that it was too technical. And it's like, yeah, I know, but how else are you going to get the sprinkles on the donut? Anyway, all right. So the next thing you're probably wondering, looking at this, is how do we scatter it in just a specific area, okay? Because you'll see, and in fact, if you select your icing and then / we've got sprinkles everywhere, the underside, etc. So we only want them around the top of the donut. So how do we do that? Well, there is a way to reference an attribute inside of this. I'll show you soon. But the attribute we're going to use is called weight painting. And you can activate that by going at the top of your screen there and changing from object mode to weight paint mode. And I'm going to deactivate my sprinkles so that I can just see the icing. Now, if you were to click and drag across it when it is active in this state, you'll see that you get like a heat map. And as you can probably guess, where it is red is going to be where your sprinkles are, and where it is black, it's where your sprinkles are not going to be. And if you want to get technical, weight paint mode is actually adding an attribute to the mesh, which is where it is red, that is a value of 1, where it is black is a value of 0, and then varying values between there, essentially a heat map of values which are stored in the mesh, and then other parts of Blender can reference this. So it's a very quick way to just do some painting on a mesh to reference in different things. Now, what is not clear though is that when you're painting in this mode, if you go into the isolated view by hitting /, you might notice that you have accidentally painted through your mesh. I wish it wasn't like this, although I understand why it is, because people that are rigging often want this turned on. But your brush, you want to check front faces only, because if you don't do that, then you'll still get your sprinkles underneath your donut. So now that I've got that, I'm going to, yeah, I mean, you can like paint over the mesh like this. A quicker way to do it would be to go into here where my head is, data, then go into edit mode, right, like this, right? So edit mode, everything is selected. If I drop my weight to 0 and then say assign, then go back into weight paint mode, everything is 0 and then this, right? So edit mode, everything is selected. If I drop my weight to 0 and then say assign, then go back into weight paint mode, everything is black. Because this vertex group thing here, this is the weight paint, right? So you can select everything if you want.
Hey, I got 1 viewer back. That's awesome. Hello, lonely Twitch viewer.
And just make it entirely 1, or you can make it entirely 0. Anyways, now that I've got that, as you can tell, I've got front faces on. Now I can do my painting, all right? So where do you want your sprinkles to go? You just do that painting, right? And you can have, you can change the weight of the brush as well if you want there to be like a lot that's kind of just like on the edge, right? You could do something like that. But generally, it doesn't have to be that, that perfect. I'm just doing this as an example of how you could, really do it. You could also go like weight 1 and then turn the strength down. And then now as
Ah, crap.
of detail and like tiny, like, 'cause they had like monkeys in the rapids and like just the sheeting and the.
Okay, that's out of context. Good enough.
The plants had to have just the right amount of wind or else, and so like artists are just slaving over every single detail, and I'm sure a lot of them were like, come on, who's gonna notice, and it's like, people will notice if it looks fake. That's what they'll notice, but they won't know specifically what you did, but they'll know if it looks fake. Anyways, so we've done our weight painting. I did a lot of detailed weight painting but now, how do we make our sprinkles just appear in that place? Oh yeah, bring it back by clicking that. We do it here where it says distribution mask. Okay, so instead of this single value from 0 to 1, we can change it to, click this little spreadsheet looking icon. I don't know why they went with that icon, but anyways. Then from the drop down, we want to select group, okay? Which is the name, by the way, inside of data. It's right here. So if you wanted to change that to be sprinkle distribution, you could. And then just, click it there. But yeah, that's what it's referencing. By the way, make sure you're not using it, because you can see there's distribution mask and density. They both have this icon. If you instead used it here, you would see like almost nothing. And that's because it's now overridden what was there, a density value of 900 with a value of 0 to 1 across those areas. Whereas a distribution mark will keep the density of 900, but it'll multiply it by
How do I fix these
the values of
intersecting
0 to 1.
these
It's
sprinkles,
important you
bro?
get the right one. Distribution mask, not density. But there you go. Great. Cool. So they're in the right places generally. You can
Yeah.
play
He's got
around with it,
intersecting ones
obviously.
too.
But now let's talk about some other settings you might want. Like, for example, the density. How many sprinkles do you want? Now, the big question people have when they're looking at this, they go, how do you stop the sprinkles from intersecting each other?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, there's not an easy answer, because this is not easy to do. There's such a thing as like circle packing. That's the closest thing, which is like you could run an algorithm to try to combine circles of different radiuses to kind of fit together as best they could. But just it's complex. That's kind of like a simulation, and we can't do it easily here. The closest thing we have is called distribution method Poisson disk, which when you click that, and by the way, you can only see that option if you're using density method, not amount. So amount will let you actually use a specific amount of sprinkles, but then you don't get this extra option here. Whereas density bases it on the scale of the object in relation to the scene and yada yada. But anyways, Poisson disk gives you this little setting, minimum distance. And what it does is, essentially, every single one of these points here, it goes, there's a point, there's a point, there's a point, there's a point. And then when you increase this value by whatever amount, it will add a circle around it, right? And if you increase that circle, and you increase that circle, right? Eventually, if this one, for example, had a value of this size, this little dot here would be removed, because it is now colliding with the value of this one. So this one would override that one, so this one gets X'd. So if we increase this, you can see that is exactly what happens. All right, so I'm holding down Shift as I just play with that value there. But you can see that's removed some of the intersections. But there are still some more. So you might be tempted like, all right, let's increase that even more. Let's increase it, like, because I want to get rid of this one, right? Let's increase it again. Right, and you go, aha, I fixed it. No more intersection. But now the problem is the radiuses are so big that they're deleting each other, and you now have what looks like meticulously tweezed placed sprinkles placed along the donut, rather than randomness, right? So we've gone from the chaos to something that just doesn't look right to the eye. So really what I do is I just drop this to be as low as I can get it before it starts to feel like too manicured, right? That still to me feels a little too manicured. I might go like that. I might even go a little bit lower. Yeah, see, that feels chaotic to me. I like that. And then what I do generally is
Just
I
click
just
seed
change
a bunch
this
of times?
seed amount here. The seed
Yeah.
amount, not very well named, but I understand why they did it. But it's just a randomness amount, like a distribution amount. Okay, you find it in a lot of like procedural workflows, but it's like you can cycle through it. There's an infinite number of numbers here, and by the way, it's not like 1 is any better than 1,000 or 10,000. Like these are each individual. It's just a random number generator to give you different variations. So you could do that as many times as you want to try to find the best distribution that has the least amount of intersections. That's probably the best that you can do with what we've got. The other thing as well is that sprinkles sometimes are not laying flat, right, on a donut. Sometimes they might be a little bit skewed like that, and that can kind of help with the intersections. So here where I've got randomize, I'm going to increase, which one? The X, right? Not too much, or else it'll just look weird, but a little bit makes sense for what we've got.
Alright, screw it. How about I go into my camera and I look at it from that perspective while I change the seed. It looks pretty good. Not enough though. Ah, crap. That looks great. Call it there. And what do you say after that? Like put an x-axis on that thing?
The sections, that's probably the best that you can do.
Man,
with what we've got. The other thing as well is that sprinkles sometimes are not laying flat, right, on a donut. Sometimes they might be a little bit skewed like that, and that can kind of help with the intersections. So here where I've got randomize, I'm going to increase, which one? The X, right? Not too much, or else it'll just look weird, but a little bit makes sense for what we've got. The other thing that we should do as well is with our sprinkles, we just bring them back by clicking on that little checkbox at the top there. The point at which they are spawned onto the icing is where the origin point is of the mesh there, and we haven't talked about that either.
Sorry,
but that's kind
my
of
mic.
You could think of it as like the center of mass for the object. We're not using physics, but like that's kind of how you think of it. It's like generally speaking, it should be in the center of an object. But you can see here, with it being there, if it was spawned like here, for example, the whole sprinkle is going to be over here, right? So if you've got those circles of radiuses, it might be intersecting something when it shouldn't. Whereas if you select all of them like this, then you right click and then you say set origin to geometry, they will now be at the exact center of that sprinkle, and it'll just be a little bit better, and there'll be slightly less intersections. But that's the best we can do. The alternative way to like have sprinkles on a donut where they're not intersecting like this would be to use a physics engine. There's a rigid body physics engine in Blender. Unfortunately, it's not very good. It's very slow. It's one area that they're looking to overhaul. With more funding, yes, I found another way to throw it in there. If more people donate, we can have good physics in Blender. That's what I want to tell you. But for now, this is the best we got. Or the other way is you could actually apply this. You could say apply all my sprinkles. You would have to realize first, realize the instances, so the actual objects, then apply them. But you could then actually physically move each of these little ones like that. But I wouldn't recommend doing that. I think it is overkill. It's not, and it's not needed. And it's not going to help you for the next step because we've got to have random colors. So, yes, colors. Let's make our sprinkles look not like Tic Tacs. So, yeah, if we go enable our sprinkles, right, you know, we can come in here, we can give it a material, and, you know, we could pick a random color, you know, get a purple one and then go, yeah, now I want to make a yellow one or whatever, right? The problem with this method is, although this works and it is fast, is that you'll always have, the green one will always be that bent one, that little squiggly one, right? And your eye can kind of pick up on things like that. It's also like hard to control the colors, right? Because I can't control how many blue ones or purple ones or whatnot I get across my donut. So it's also not ideal. So there is a much better way, which involves, as I briefly mentioned before, random colors. So you start with your material like this, and we're actually going to give the exact same material to all of our sprinkles. So let me just disable those, and I'll select all of my sprinkles here. And if I want to give them all this same material, all I would do is the last sprinkle, as long as that's got a material, I can hit Control L, and that will transfer data from one object to many objects. And then you're just looking for materials like that. And now you can see the where it says material, there's a little number next to it, and that actually tells you the number of users that are sharing that data. So there's 6 sprinkles now, all sharing it. And, you know, to be good little artists, we should call it sprinkle, or sprinkles, I don't know. Anyway, cool. So now if we go to the shader tab, I'm going to show you how we can make this look cool. So let's go back to the shader view. Okay, great. So there is no limit really to what you can do with nodes. You can plug things in and do this and that, and it's really cool. There's a bunch of nodes. If you hit Shift A and just go in here, there's like all sorts of attributes you can call in and do complex things, and you can get really technical. So it's a lot of fun. But the one that we're going to use is underneath Object Info. If you bring in this node, you'll see that there's a bunch. There's like location. You know, you could drag that into the color. You know, there's all sorts of things that you can do with this. The one we're looking for is random. Okay, so what this is doing is it's saying every time there's an object that is using this material, we're going to pick a random value for that object between 0 and 1. Okay, and you would actually see if you were to duplicate this sprinkle again and again and again and again and again, which by the way, you can do by just holding down Shift R after you do a duplicate, and you just get more and more and more sprinkles. You can see that they all now have a value between 0 and 1, and that's been converted into color form because 0 is black and then 1 is white, right? So that's what this is doing. So 0 to 1, giving it that scale. Have I run out of undos? I've run out of undos. Well, I have to assume that was the last one. Okay, there we go. So that's not very useful in this format, like 0 to like black to white. It's not that fun, but we can convert those
Color ramp. I forgot.
numbers 0 to 1 into color format by between here and here dropping in a color ramp node. So if you go Add or Shift A and then go Color and then go Color Ramp, then if you just drag this in and drop it until that line lights up, drop it in there. Now I can say, instead of it being black at this end, let's make this a blue color. And instead of it being white, let's make it a orangey color, right? And now I've got a range of those, right? And you could see as if I was to duplicate, right? You get kind of like variance across this, right? Every single one of those is getting like a new little position somewhere in this little gradient over there, okay? And that's cool. And that would, you know, if you looked at our donut now, you would see that we're now getting a nice range of different colors across it. However, it's not quite accurate. If you look at photographs of donuts, there's not really, like, the yellow sprinkles are all the exact same shade of yellow. The blue sprinkles are all the exact same shade of blue. And it makes sense because they mix up the sprinkle icing, I was going to say batter, just the icing sauce, icing. They just mix that up with one, like, lot of food color. They get just the color right, and then it's piped out, and then that becomes the sprinkle. So they all have one constant color, not a range of colors like this. So, by the way, here's a little tip, because you'll notice this, that like when you click on something else, like your icing or you're hiding your sprinkles, like I can't get back that material with all my sprinkles on it, right? So I have to go here, I have to enable it, just so that I can click on it, just so that I can tweak the color. It's annoying. You don't need to do that. We've got a material here that says sprinkles, so we can hide it, and then what I do is I just select my icing, and then I add a new material underneath it, and then which you do by clicking the little plus button there. So click the plus, and then in the drop down, you're looking for sprinkles, okay? And this won't affect your icing. Like, you can stack multiple materials on one object, and then, although we're not.
And that's really random, huh?
Certain parts.
Green,
of that
purple,
material
purple,
to
green.
different parts of your mesh, for example, you could assign it like that. But you can also just leave it unassigned, and then that way you can like quickly reference it. So that's what I like to do. So I've still got my glaze at the top there, and then whenever I want to change my sprinkles, they're there, and it's being shared across all the sprinkles that are hidden. Anyways, so as I mentioned, I want it to be a constant color. How can I make this look like a constant color? You can do it by changing these handles from, instead of it being linear interpolation, to a constant interpolation. And look at that. Now it is a hard line. It's not a gradient across it. You only get all of this blue or all of this orange. So, you know, if you wanted to make a Halloween donut, right, you can go for something. I moved to United States a couple of years ago, coming up on 2 years ago, and I'm just learning that that's the colors of Halloween, because we don't really do Halloween in Australia where I'm from. Like some people do, but it's really a kind of a rare thing that people are into. But it's always, yeah, it's the black, orange, the green, and the purple seems to be the colors that people like decorate their houses with and stuff. And Reese's Pieces really lean into that. They love that they're one of those colors. You know, you can do like fun stuff, right? You can make up a Halloween-looking donut if you wanted to. What I'm going to do for mine is I'm going to make mine look like pastel. So I like to go with like a shade of aqua, kind of like that. And then I'm going to go with purple, like that. And this is a tip, by the way. You never want to go like 100% like saturated, like that. That's weird. Why has no donut got that exact? Well, they're just being washed out. Okay, they don't look very, very extremely saturated. But anyways, you never want to go like fully saturated like that, because it can, like using different, the way you render it, if you put it like through a contrast, you kind of like boost highlights or like make things more contrasted, it can kind of like blow out the colors. So it's generally a good idea to leave things mostly unsaturated like this. It's also just like more pleasing on the eye if you don't have too many things that are like, you know, extremely intense. And now this is the other thing, as I mentioned, right? I can now choose the exact ratio of my sprinkles. More blue, more purple, more pink, more yellow, and I just have an exact easy slider to choose this. And this is really fun. This is like where you get to be creative and go like, what kind of donut am I going to be making here? You know, like this. You can make some white ones. But yeah, generally as a rule of advice, when you're making something like this, and you've got lots of colors, lots of potential color choices, it's best to try to go with like one primary color, like one that is making up the predominant color choice, right? So you go like mostly purple, and then like a few splashes of other colors. And it just helps it, it's almost like it helps your brain digest what it's looking at. Whereas if you just went like evenly distributed across all of them, all get an equal share, it just starts to look a little bit like noise. By the way, the other thing that you might want to do at this point, oh, I'm already using it. I'm using medium high contrast. But we're going to be, so by default, your color management, it kind of looks like this. So your colors look a little bit washed out. And we're not going to get into color management, but essentially like everything is kind of a little bit desaturated. And it's designed so that it makes it easier to grade. But it's not really designed for a final render when you're using the none look. Instead, you're better off using medium high or high contrast, or for a YouTube thumbnail, very high contrast, that's what I use. And these aren't like bad. It's not like they're doing like a rough like contrast grab or something. This is like a proper S-log, S-curve conversion. Nothing is peaking. It's all this. I use these all the time. Medium high, medium, or high. Anyways, so that's pretty good. And then I might grab my, oh yeah, I gotta fix this again. Let's make that back what it was. Let's move that back. Get a few more blues in there. Bit of pinks, bit of whites, bit of yellows. I'm gonna make my icing as well a little bit hotter, and I'm gonna tweak it a little more towards the purple range, just a little bit. Back at the sprinkles, the other thing I forgot to mention as well, sprinkles are actually a little bit shiny if you look at references, so a little bit shiny. And then the other thing it really needs, and this does make a big difference, is subsurface scattering. So just like before, dragging down on that radius to make them all 1, and then I'm increasing the weight to be 1, and then I just drop this scale to be something really low.
Cool.
But that will make a big difference. I was
The donut
before
hole.
I was like practicing for this video, and I was like, why are my sprinkles just not looking good? They weren't looking as good as a previous render I'd done, and I forgot subsurface scattering, and it does make a huge difference. So there we go. We've got a nice looking donut. Before you go ahead, what I'd like you to do is to try to create your own style of donut. You could try substituting the long sprinkles for like rounded sprinkles or like star-shaped sprinkles. You could change the donut color to be something else. You could make more donuts by just stacking donuts on top of each other. Here are some ideas that my team, and over the years, we have different donut versions and stuff.
Alright, let's go and take a look at the donut finale. We're finishing, guys.
Welcome to your
Holy shit, we
final
got 3
serving
viewers
of
now.
donut. In
Hey.
this part, we are going to be lighting,
I know one of
rendering,
them's
and
me.
making our donut
Got zero viewers on the YouTube stream, but at least we have 3 viewers on the Twitch stream, proving that discoverability on Twitch is actually better than YouTube. Let's give this one little render. Oh, just check what kind of render it is. Yep, that's good. Yay! That doesn't look very good. At least the napkin looks great. That's a nice napkin. Oh. Whoopsie daisy. Turn that off, turn that off, turn that off. Okie dokie. See that one more time. And it's gone. Pretty good. You can still see some are kind of just in it. But at this point, I couldn't give a shit. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna need to reference it again. Boom. That's gonna stay on my slot 1, and then in slot 2. Looking good. Now let's get to lighting.
just annoying to deal with. So to fix this, you parent things to other things. So for example, if you want the icing to be connected to the donut, then you first select the icing, you shift select the donut, then you hit Control P to parent. And you can parent to the object or object keep transform. I always choose keep transform, otherwise it can like clear the original location and you kind of lose its location. So always keep transform. And so there you go. So now when we move the donut, the icing is going with it. Importantly, you'll notice that in the outliner, you can't see the icing anymore. The icing has gone. Where is it? And this can be confusing sometimes. You're like, where's that object? And it's because it's parented to the donut, so it's now underneath in this little drop down here. It's in there. It's also a good idea to use like what is connected to what as a hierarchy. So for example, the donut is connected to the plate. So I'm now going to select the donut, shift select the plate, control P, keep transform. And so now I can move the donut with the icing by itself or the plate with the donut. I'm going to do the same thing for the foam on top of the mug. Control P, keep transform. And then also the plate and the cup, I'm going to parent to the plane, the table. I'm going to say keep transform. So now all of our objects are in here, right? They're all parented and, they're all found underneath this. So we got to make sure that it's actually named correctly. So I'll call that table. This is going to be called plate, and I think we're good. Okay. Excellent. Now, I've actually got 2 lamps in mine. Most of you don't. You've just got the one, so I'll just delete that. But yeah, let's go into lighting, the fun bit, actually making this look cool. Okay, so we want this to look like a sunlit cafe, at least I do. You're welcome to do whatever you want, but if you want to play along, that's what we're doing. So with our lamp here selected, you can see that we've got a number of different types here. We've got point, sun, spot, and area. I generally usually just use between point and sun. Occasionally a spot lamp if I just want to like focus on one specific thing. But I rarely use an area lamp because there's not much difference between that and a point lamp with a radius, essentially, like making it larger. But in our case, we want to look like a sunlit, so I'm going to check sun. And oh boy, we've got a nuclear blast of sunlight. So generally I keep this around 10, because that's actually what it like maxes out at when you just like drag it over. It comes in at 10. So that's about what we'll use. I also changed the temperature, which is, I think it was 4.5 they introduced this. But yeah, you can now adjust this. So this is a black body scale, so like the closer, like the lower this Kelvin scale is, the more it's like fire and like, incandescent bulb, and then like warm LED, and then you can get to like skylight, and you can go all the way, and it's just like crazy blue. But anyways, so sunlight, until it looks right to you. I don't know, something, that's a bit too much. Let's go. Oh boy, I don't even know now. I feel like I was just twisting that too much. Now I'm not actually sure what it looks like. Anyways, good thing is we can change it later if we want to. Now, the interesting thing about a sun lamp is it doesn't actually matter where it is positioned. You can see if I position this close to my donut or my thing, like nothing happens. Whereas a point lamp, obviously, is very largely dependent on its location, because there is the inverse.
Yeah, donut indeed.
Where, like light falls off at, what is it? 4 times
Gaboony
for
guy.
every doubling of distance, so a huge sharp fall off. But sun, because it's so far away, there's no fall off, and so it doesn't matter where it actually is. So the only thing that matters with sun is the rotation of it, right?
Cool.
So I'm just going to rotate that to look like early morning sunshine, right? Because it's going to, trying to tell a story with a donut, it's challenging, but we're trying. So early morning, somebody's got their coffee in a cafe or something. That's what we're going with. Oh, look at that. My mug is just slightly off the table. And now it is not. Excellent. Now this by itself is pretty boring, right? If you were to do a render of this, which you can do just by hitting F12, right? It's okay, but it's like, this feels too naked, right? It's just being blasted with light everywhere. It helps to try to shape it and kind of highlight what is important, which is these 2 elements. The rest of the scene, that can just, it's not important to us, right? So we can throw that into shadow. And it's also an opportunity to make it look like there's a scene outside of the view there, which you can do by casting shadows into the scene. So I want to basically set up 2 blockers to make it look like this is shining in through a window. And as is typical, sharp fall off. But sun, because it's so far away, there's no fall off, and so it doesn't matter where it actually is. So the only thing that matters with sun is the rotation of it, right? So I'm just going to rotate that to look like early morning sunshine, right? Because it's going to, trying to tell a story with a donut, it's challenging, but we're trying. So early morning, Somebody's got their coffee in a cafe or something. That's what we're going with. Oh, look at that. My mug is just something, right? Because
Damn, how is this guy getting so soft shadows? Such soft shadows. Still getting hard shadows. How is he getting that? What?
this is gonna, trying to tell a story with a donut. It's challenging, but we're trying. So early morning, somebody's got their coffee in a cafe or something. That's what we're going with. Oh, look at that. My mug is just slightly off the table. And now it is not. Excellent. Now this by itself is pretty boring, right? If you were to do a render of this, which you can do just by hitting F12, right? It's okay, but it's like this feels too naked, right? It's just being blasted with light everywhere. It helps to try to shape it and kind of highlight what is important, which is these two elements. The rest of the scene, that can just, it's not important to us, right? So we can throw that into shadow. And it's also an opportunity to make it look like there's a scene outside of the view there, which you can do by casting shadows into the scene. So I want to basically set up two blockers to make it look like this is shining in through a window. And as is typical with 3D, you don't have to model the windows because we're not looking at them. They can just be blockers. So I'm going to hit Shift A, and for my blocker, I'm going to use a plane. Okay. So it brings in this. I'm going to move it over there. I'm going to go R and then X, holding down Control until it says 90 at the top of the screen there. Do a
Alright, I see what you're doing. Let me just increase this to about 5. Dang. Man, how is he making the shadows so soft? I'm using all the same damn settings. The shadows are so damn soft. I don't get it. The stream I've been going for about 5 hours, but I've been doing Blender for about, I think, 5-6 years. Does that answer your question, Mr. Graboony guy? Shift A, add a mesh, add a plane, scale that thing. Huh. I just changed the angle and it did it. It did the thing. Ah, shit. Okay. Now let me just make that angle a little better. It's a little better. Let me just select this. Make that. Ooh, yeah, come on. Soften that up for me. Nice. I hope. Hopefully it doesn't just make it look like crap.
A little bit more targeted. I'm also going to move this mug just further in the back. So I'm going to hit G. And yeah, if you want to lock something to a specific act, like I want to move it along the X and the Y, but not the Z. We talked about this with scale, but it applies for everything. So if I hit G and then Shift Z, it'll move it along the X and the Y, but not the Z. And so this is an easy way if like you know that it's touching the ground where it needs to, but you just need to move it around. You can quickly move things by G and then Shift Z, and it'll move it around the plane, but it won't lift it off of the table, which is useful. All right, and then I'll move my plate over like so. And yeah, that looks okay. All right, now, yeah, like I said, this looks okay, but it also looks kind of a little bit like film noir, right? And what does film noir look like? It looks fake, looks very like curated and designed in a comic strip, right? And the big telltale for that is like we've got almost complete darkness over here, right? And the real world is not like that. If this was a cafe, you would have things bouncing off other objects to the left-hand side outside of frame. But not only that.
Okay, let me fix this first before we move on to the next part. Put you back. Let's take a look at this render. Yay, it kinda looks like shit. Why is it so fuzzy? Oh well. Let's just continue and hope it gets better.
this is a sunrise. It's not happening on Mars or anything like that. So the sky is blue, generally speaking. So there needs to be some blue light as well. So what I'm going to do is, oh, look at this. We've got our blockers and yeah, let's actually move my light and my blockers. So shift selecting those. I'm going to hit M and I'm going to create a new collection and I'm going to call this lighting. And then we can call these two objects. By the way, if you want to rename two objects at once, you can do it by, I was just trying to remember the hotkey there. There you go, it's Control F2, which is the same hotkey, I think. Actually, no, I don't think it is in Windows. But anyways, Control F2, and then you can just say find and replace, or you can just say set name, and then you can say new, and I can just call this blockers or blocker, and then just say okay. And there we go, it's call it blocker, and then the other one blocker.001. Okay, cool. So now, as I said, I want to create some sky lighting. So I'm going to add a new lamp, or I could duplicate the sun. I'll just duplicate the sun. So I'll move this over to there. And I'm now going to hide, I'll call this one sun, right, my original one. And then this new one, I'm going to call sky. And I'm going to change this to be a point lamp, like this. And now I'm going to disable the sky. And this is actually a good tip to do. It's a really bad trap that a lot of beginners do, is when they're working with lighting, they end up just kind of like throwing in lights, but you have to work in isolation. You should only be looking at each light separately to understand what purpose it actually has on the scene. So hiding my sun lamp, I'm going to position this up high because the sky is high, even though there would be like a window there. Something about, actually let's just see, the scale in relation to, get real mathematical here, the scale of the donut in relation to how tall would the window be? Maybe up to about here, I don't know. About there, let's say. Let's move it over a little bit. Okay. And then let's increase this. Let's remove the tint. And instead I'm going to make this, like you can actually like keep the tint, right? And make it go like all the way to that. But I want to have a little bit more control over it. I might want to make it look a little more purplish, or, you know, we're not going for something entirely photorealistic. We're going for like exaggerated realism, which can often look way better than real realism. So this, you can see this is a soft color. This is like moonlighting, but it just needs to be a little bit, just so that there's the hint that there is skylighting along with the sun. Now the other big factor that it's missing is that the skylighting is not casting shadows like this, right? If the sun was away and it was just being lit by the sun, like think of like an overcast day, right? The sky itself, the entire dome, is the size of the light. So the radius of our lamp here needs to increase, right, by a lot. Now, this is a very underused value. Like, it's one of the most important values when it comes to lighting, is the radius of something, because it's the softness of the shadow. As an example, let's just bring this in, or actually, hang on, let's just increase this so we can actually see it. So what can I do? Exposure, there we go. All right, so this is like the default, it comes in like this, okay? And you can see how harsh those shadows are. So as a rule, harsh shadow is very good at revealing detail. So we often use it a lot at Polygon because we need to show the detail of textures along a surface. So if you want to highlight the sprinkles or something like that, you would use a very small more of the radius, right, as a general rule. And it has a huge impact on light.
How do I get in picture-in-picture mode? Ah, that's cool. Just bring that in here. Now you guys can see what I'm doing.
Lighting. The other big thing is distance. So there's, I mentioned briefly, the inverse square law. A lot of beginners, you know, they're going like, oh, it's like skylighting. I'll just position the lamp up here, right? The problem with that is because of the inverse square law, every doubling of distance, so from like here to here, right, it's going to, well, hang on, from here to here, what am I thinking of? But basically, like from the mug to the end of the donut, it could lose something like a third of its energy. it's just an what do you call it? It's not something that is obvious, but it is really, really important. So if something needs to be far away or appear to be far away, you got to try to make it look really far away, basically. So something up in the air, basically. All right, let's clear that and let's increase it and go back to the radius. So nice, large radius in the sky. It's not as big as the sky actually is, but something like that. So we've got smooth lighting over everything. And now with my sun, haha, look at that. We've got the tinge of blue lighting in the air, but we have the lovely hot, warm sun coming through as well. All right, the final lamp that I need is that bounce lighting for the rest of the cafe. So I'm going to duplicate my skylighting there, and I'm going to position this. What's the height of the ceiling, or what is it even bouncing off? Who knows? There could be a wall here and it's bouncing off that. This is more where you get to control, what is it that you're actually doing. So again, I'm going to hide my sky, hide my sun. So I'm just looking at this bounce lighting coming off the wall. And I'm going to clear this to make it look just like white light. And by the way, if you want to change something to the default value, just mousing over a color here, just hit backspace and now it goes to its default value. I can also backspace on the power and it goes to its default value of 10. So that's a handy one to know. And again, I can have a little bit of control over this because there could actually be a lamp off in the distance there. We don't really have a lot of rules for this bounce one. I'm just looking at trying to fill in the darkness there, right there. Because without it, and we'll call this indoor.
The heck?
Color here, just hit backspace and I'm going to position this. What's the height of the ceiling, or what is it even bouncing off? Who knows? There could be a wall. Right, it's going to, hang on, from here to here, what am I thinking of? But basically, like from the mug to the end of the donut, it could lose something like a third of its energy. It's just an, what do you call it? It's not something that is obvious, but it is really, really important. So if something needs to be far away or appear to be far away, you got to try to make it look really far away, basically. Something up in the air, basically. All right, let's clear that and let's increase it and go back to the radius. So night. nice large radius in the sky. It's not as big as the sky actually is, but something like that. So we've got smooth lighting over everything. And now with my sun, haha, look at that. We've got the tinge of blue lighting in the air, but we have the lovely hot, warm sun coming through as well. All right, the final lamp that I need is that bounce lighting for the rest of the cafe. So I'm going to duplicate my skylighting there, and I'm going to position this. What's the height of the ceiling, or what is it even bouncing off? Who knows? There could be a wall here and it's bouncing off that. This is more where you get to control, what is it that you're actually doing. So again, I'm going to hide my sky, hide my sun. So I'm just looking at this bounce lighting coming off the wall. And I'm going to clear this to make it look just like white light. And by the way, if you want to change something to the default value, just mousing over a color here, just hit backspace, and now it goes to its default value. I can also backspace on the power, and it goes to its default value of 10. So that's a handy one to know. And again, I can have a little bit of control over this, because there could actually be a lamp off in the distance there. I'm just looking at the rest of the cafe. So I'm going to duplicate my skylighting there, and I'm going to position this. What's the height of the ceiling, or what is it even bouncing off? Who knows? There could be a wall here.
How in the fuck is it that far away?
Big as the sky. Bouncing off that. This is more where you get to control, what is it that you're actually doing. So nice, large radius in this.
How in the fuck? So this is actually supposed to be over here. And it's supposed to be so high in the sky that it's causing something else. Still nothing. Damn, bro. Fuck.
Sky, it's not as big as the sky actually is, but something like that. So we've got smooth lighting over everything. And now with my sun, haha, look at that. We've got the tinge of blue lighting in the air, but we have the lovely hot, warm sun coming through as well. All right, the final lamp that I need is that bounce lighting for the rest of the cafe. So I'm going to duplicate my skylighting there, and I'm going to position this. What's the height of the ceiling, or what is it even bouncing off? Who knows? There could be a wall here and it's bouncing off that. This is more where you get to control, what is it that you're actually doing. So again, I'm going to hide my sky, hide my sun. So I'm just looking at this bounce lighting coming off the wall. And I'm going to clear this to make it look just like white light. And by the way, if you want to change something to the default value, just mousing over a color here, just hit backspace, and now it goes to its default value. I can also backspace on the power, and it goes to its default value of 10. So that's a handy one to know. And again, I will, yeah, I mean, I can have a little bit of control over this. Because there could actually be a lamp off in the distance there. We don't
Still
really
a
have a
whole
lot of rules for this
25
bounce
minutes-ish.
I'm just looking at trying to fill in the darkness there. Right there. Because without it, and we'll call this indoor bounce, right? If you don't have it, it just looks too dark. So there needs to be something there
Gabooni guy.
just to fill in
Sorry.
this area.
Yeah, he's using Eevee because he says it's going to be easier, which I don't agree with, but that's only because I've been using Cycle since I gave up on Eevee. And again, I don't really do a lot of renders, I just model in it.
Area of our donut. All right, so that's what I'm looking at there. Something about that. Let's look at it from the camera view. I think now my skylighting is a little bit too blue. I'll dial it back a little bit. I think it might actually be a little bit too bright. So let me just dial that in which case now I can make it a little more saturated. Pull it in. Okay, how's that? Okay, that's the sun. That is the indoor by itself. Okay. All right, and that's pretty good. That is not bad. Now you can play with it a little bit, but that's generally we've got it in the right place. Now I'm going to move my camera in a little closer, so I'm going to check this little camera view thing, and toggle lock to camera view, and now I'm just going to move around and just pull the camera in a little bit, just so that we've got a tighter view of our donut, and then again, just make sure you uncheck that so that we can move around freely without it interrupting. Okay, now, some of you might be wondering, how can we improve this so it doesn't look crap? Because what we are using right now, this is called the EV rendering engine, and it's the reason we've got this kind of fuzzy noise to our shadows. It's the reason we have some of our objects are not really casting much of a shadow in our scene. And it's also the reason you might notice that as you like rotate around, right, you got like, wow, look at this like bright lighting on the plane here. And watch what happens as I move the camera. Just disappears. So Eevee is a game engine. So it's doing a lot of game hackery, and that means it is due to being screen space, meaning that it's doing bounce lighting here. Okay, so it's bouncing off the plane onto this wall here. However, it's only visible. It can only see what the camera sees. So it's called screen space. And that means that the moment that this moves away and we no longer have that bright light reflecting off there, it doesn't know that that plane exists and that something should bounce up there. So it can result in these like large changes of lighting. It's kind of the biggest issue if you're making animations and the camera's flying through some spaces and you don't want to have lighting kind of changing all over the place. I've got a whole video on Eevee if you want to watch that. I talk all about this and go into more detail. But you know, these are kind of one of the biggest limitations. Now, the main thing you should be trying to do if you're using the Eevee rendering engine.
Yeah, I also try to fix things in compositing as well. But then I try to, I render out the entire animation that I do, and then I either take it into DaVinci where I fix it there, or I just don't fix it. If I'm being honest, I just don't fix it. Just use the scuffed as it looks. Normally it looks just good enough to pass.
Is the default value right here for steps is wrong. Like there's no reason it should be that low. Steps, you could think of this like accuracy. Now if I increase this to 16, which is the maximum value, look at how much better those shadows are, right? This is the before, and then this is the after, okay? And it's even more stark here, right? Look at how much more connected that is. And then if I go back to here, look at all this extra crap, right? It's basically an accuracy amount, and it should be maxed out, unless you're working on a really, really poor computer and it happens to stall it or something. You know, but even then, you double it at least, go to 12. But that by itself will improve the look of shadows. The other thing as well is my icing. Back. I just want to check. Okay. Oh, no, that's the sprinkles. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think I said that I had the scale of my icing too high on my donut. I think a 0.03 looks good. And on my sprinkles, I'm also going to drop that. I'll make it 0.06. Nope. Let's go 0.08. Computer, and it happens to stall it or something. You know, but even then, you double it at least. Go to 12. But that by itself will improve the look of shadows. The other thing as well is my icing. I just want to check. Okay. Oh, no, that's the sprinkles. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I think I said that I had the scale of my icing too high on my donut. I think a 0.03 looks good. And on my sprinkles, I'm also going to drop that. I'll make it 0.06. Nope. Let's go 0.08. So we want a little bit, you know, this is a little bit of pass through here, but not a crazy amount, or else, yeah. And this is quite common to do, right? If you're making something, you might set a value when you're in one state of Blender, and then when you add in lighting from, you know, a more extreme, like sunlight coming in, you start to notice that some materials actually, yeah, it doesn't look good. And so you need to adjust it. And that's a totally fine thing to do. There's not really any way around it. Now, the fuzziness, this fuzziness that you can see right here, that is a result of the samples. So samples you can think of, I mean, it's like samples per pixel on a screen, and like basically the more samples you have, the clearer it's going to be. Now, what you're actually looking at right now is the viewport samples, which is set to 16. When you do your render, it will kick in and use this amount, which is 64. So see how fuzzy it looks there? I do my render and it comes in not so fuzzy. There is still fuzz. There's always going to be a little bit of fuzz, but at least it's not, crazy. But yeah, if you want to increase it, you can, double that or whatnot. You can have fun with that. Another thing that can improve the realism of an Eevee render is using a light probe. So as I mentioned, with the light bouncing off here, as it fluctuates around, it's kind of throwing light as it goes around. But the other issue is that, for example, it doesn't actually know that light is hitting the underside of the donut here, and it would blast out in that direction because it can't see what is behind the donut right now. It also can't see like light that would be hitting the edge of this plate here and then bouncing it back this way, right? It can't see it because from where the camera is, it just can't see those objects. So if you wanted to add that, you could add in a light probe volume. So I'll show you what that looks like. First of all, I'll just shift right click on my donut just so that that's the point it comes in at. I'm going to say shift A, light probe volume. So this will cast like a grid of ping pong balls over your scene. And I say ping pong balls because I'll show you what they look like soon. But basically you want to scale this to kind of encapsulate everything you've got in the scene. And we've got way too much vertically, so I don't need all that much there. And you want the ping pong balls, these little balls, to be sitting just above the surface of the table. Again, I go into way more detail in my Eevee. Add that, you could add in a light probe volume. So I'll show you what that looks like. First of all, I'll just shift right click on my donut just so that that's the point it comes in at. I'm going to say shift A, light probe volume. From where the camera is, it just can't shift right click on my donut just so that that's the point it comes in at. I'm going to say shift A, light probe volume. So this
mine's a little bit a little smaller there, bud. And 12 ain't gonna need to be there. So let's just say 8. Yeah, 8 is good.
This will cast like a grid of ping pong balls over your scene. And I say ping pong balls because I'll show you what they look like soon. But basically you want to scale this to kind of encapsulate everything you've got in the scene. And we've got way too much vertically, so I don't need all that much there. And you want the ping pong balls, these little balls, to be sitting just above the surface of the table. Again, I go into way more detail in my Eevee video, which you could watch if you were interested in this. You really want to dive into Eevee, by all means. I think I probably only need about 3. No, I'll go 4, why not? Okay, and then now that you've got this, if you hit the bake light cache, you'll see that the scene gets a little bit brighter.
Cache.
So this is how it looked before, and this is
Cache. That's cash, dude.
how it looks after. And you can improve this a lot by just like shuffling the balls around, so that now I've got one ball that is going to be, let's say, let's go a little bit, oh boy, here and here. So I've got one that's going to be resting right on the edge of that plate there, and I want one inside the donut. All right, and now let's do that now. All right, and now we've got more bounce coming from there. So each of these you can think of like little lamps.
Or cachet if you want to be fancy. Nah, I'm not French.
That are going through the scene and able to see things from the other side that the camera cannot. So it's able to break that limitation of something being screen space. And you can see that looks better. So this is with the light probe on, and then if I was to turn my probe off and do another render, so this is with it off, this is with it on. All right, so very big difference. Definitely worthwhile having a light probe if that's what you're gonna use.
All right, bake like cash. Did it happen already? Cool.
Use to do your render. And by the way, if you want to visualize what they can see underneath viewport display, you can enable data, and then each of these points become little ping pong balls. That's why I think of them like that. And you can see the actual light that was captured at each one of those points, and essentially, yeah, what light it's going to be throwing out into the rest of the scene. And the final thing that's going to make a big difference to your final render here, and one of the big reasons that this feels like a CG computer graphics render, is that right now everything has the same amount of focus, and that is physically impossible with a real camera. There's no way to have something that doesn't have depth of field, unless you were using a pinhole camera, believe it or not. But anyways, so to get that look, to get depth of field, we're going to select our camera object in our outliner, and then down here there is a checkbox for depth of field, and ooh, already it's starting to look cool. Now you just select the object that you want to be in focus. So you click the little eyedropper tool, and then you want to click on the object. Now if you've got what I have here, you can see it's always clicking on the volume because it thinks that the volume is in front of it. But anyways, yeah, I can now just click on my icing object there, and you can see now this is the before, and then this is after. So you can see in the background there, that noisy, concrete texture that isn't relevant to the viewer is now buttery smooth. And that's a really nice way to not only make something look more realistic, but also to guide the viewer to what is important. Because that is one of the biggest problems you have as an artist, is you're giving somebody an entire image and you're trying to tell them, like, what is the important bits? Like, what should they be looking at? And they don't know if everything has just got like hyper noise and detail and color and everything. So you're trying to guide it, and that's one of the tools to do that. And one final other tip as well, because the biggest like downside to using Eevee is like the shadows just don't feel crisp enough. They don't feel like tight enough to the object. It's kind of a little bit too blurry. If you select a lamp like this one here, the sun lamp, and then you go to your shadow settings here, there is a box that says jitter, and you won't see any change in the viewport unless you were to go to your viewport settings and enable jittered shadows, but I don't think you should, because it's just, when you've got that enabled, just like every time you move it, it just jitters around and it's super annoying. But if I was to do another render now, you will see that the shadows just feel a little bit more accurate, especially in the background there, right? And essentially it's, I believe it's like rendering like multiple versions of the lamp at like, because it's got a radius on it, a little soft radius. So enabling jitter can work a lot better for like soft lamps like what we've got here. So there you go. So that's one of the other tips. But if you want to go very realistic and you want to avoid the light probes, you want to avoid all these settings like jitter and all this kind of thing, and you just want to make something and then just have it come out beautifully, then you should be using a different rendering engine. You should be using Cycle.
And that's where I'm out. Oh, if I was going to use cycles, I would have just used it in the first place. Alright, let's hit render and see how different it looks. Slot number 2. Hey. Okay, that sun is way too bright, and let's hit J on that. Yeah. Got a nice blue over there. Sun is way too blown out. At least we have some nice shadows-ish. I'm gonna go and put that down to 5. Let's go to slot 3. My camera's cutting out a lot. Means the battery's getting low. Better? Does it look better? Ooh. Baking lighting about 70%. That light still looks a little too bright. I will fix it later. Let's hit render one more time and see if that fixed it. Not so nice. Very bright. Getting better. I think I'm gonna put it down to a 2.5. Maybe I also increase the resolution a little bit. Or I just zoom in on the camera. But then it's gonna be more like the first one. But hey, that napkin does look good though. And now I can't see anything on the napkin. And then we move to the last render I did, and I still can't see anything on the napkin. Uh-oh. No details on the napkin. Very upsetting. At least the napkin kind of looks realistic-ish. Coffee cup looks fake as hell. And the donut looks like plastic. I think that's looking a whole lot nicer. Let me just take this volume, increase this to about 10, and then I'm just gonna scale it up. And hopefully I'm gonna click this render button for the last time. Six o'clock in the afternoon, and I have not eaten anything since 8 a.m. Okay. Well, it's a whole lot better than the first time I tried. The second time got a little bit better. And then now this one. I like it. I'm gonna put down that other thing. Color management. High contrast, let's change that to medium contrast. And then I'm gonna go back into the shading tab and fix these damn sprinkles. Solva, can you add a banana for scale? You know what? Screw it. Let me see. Oh, 4 viewers. Solva, you must be my 4th viewer. Awesome. You know what? I think I'm gonna take this photo scan banana. Mainly because it looks like one from my fruit bowl. Let's just stick it right around there-ish. Oh wow. Well, there's your banana for scale. Can you see it? It's right there, that little speck. No worries, I'll make it bigger. Probably the banana isn't to scale either. Time to measure a banana. That's funny. Let me just grab my tape measure. Go to the bathroom real quick. I'll measure that banana real good. Ah, now it all makes sense. Maybe I have everything a little too big a scale, but it's Blender. Everything's supposed to be large. There we go. Selected that banana. Let's just see if I could scale it. Now let's just take a look here. See how big that banana is. It's about 3 meters. So I don't know how big that is in freedom units, but I'm gonna say about 27 Long John Silvers. Ah, 4 meters. Yeah. I didn't change a damn thing. The only thing I did change was probably the amount of segments. Let's rotate that banana on the z-axis. Get that banana having a nice day in here. Put that thing closer to the donut. Let's have it sort of peeking behind the coffee cup because potassium and caffeine kind of go well together. Ooh, banana. G, Y, and right there. Just go into solid view real quick and check if that banana's actually sitting on the table. Yeah, it's sitting pretty damn fine on the table. Didn't have to change much. Alrighty then. That banana looks good right there. But it really does make the coffee cup look fake. Let's click on the volume real quick and also bake that one more time because I've changed a lot. Alright. 1 meter equals 3 feet 4 inches. 3 feet. What else is 3 feet? I can't think of anything else. Okay, that banana looks great right there. Let's hit render and hope that it's going to be the last time. Because I just finished the Blender Donut finale. We are coming near the end of a 6-hour stream. Let's see if it looks good. Donut still looks fake. Thing underneath the donut, the thing underneath the icing looks fine. The donut underneath the icing looks okay. The banana is pretty much the only thing in this scene that looks the most realistic. I don't think 3 feet 4 inches is going to make it in the NBA. That's pretty short. $10-foot plus. Yeah, that'll make it in the NBA, definitely. I think he might, like, take out LeBron with that kind of height. Maybe I make the donut, the icing on the donut chocolate or something. But at least I can see the texture on the napkin. I'm glad I didn't do a plate. Coffee cup is starting to look really realistic. Go back into the mug and go into this. That roughness is getting to me. shading. Okay, take that off. Let's take a look at this roughness. You know what? I want to change that. I want to make it actually be able to see something. Better. Better. Banana time. Let me take a look at that banana. Yep, that's a scanned banana, right? Maybe I should increase its... Or I could put it on the other side of the donut. That way it would look a little bit better. Let me just take a look over here and see if I can find a chocolate icing or something. Chocolate glaze or icing. Melted chocolate. Melted chocolate. Chocolate spread. Chocolate with nuts in it. Solva. The textures the donut guy has sucks. Yeah, you could say that again. But hey, it's free. It's free. It's literally the only free stuff they have on Polygon. Yeah! 18 tabs of nothing but free, because that's the only thing I can click on this. Anyways, I ranted about it like 2 hours ago, so it's fine. I mean, when you import the texture, it comes with the displacement modifier not turned on by default, so. Do I want melted chocolate or do I want like something else? Let's see if there's something else in here. Glaze ceramic? No. You're right about that, actually. Let me just fix that and see if I can change it. Ah, that actually looks a whole lot better. Thanks for the suggestion, Solva. Thanks for solving my issue. No, please, no. That was bad, You need to leave. Oh, crap. Whoopsie daisy. What happened? Did I just get rid of my camera? Ah, there we go. Now you see that actually looks like good chocolate. Now let's go take a look at that banana and see if I can... Actually, yeah, I want to move that banana over there. G, Shift Z, put that right over there, and then turn it a little bit. Do I want the banana facing that way? Do I want the banana facing this way? Polyhaven, CG Studio, and CG Bookcase. I'm kind of prone to BlendKit right now, but that's only because it has a way more free assets that I can just click and drag in as quick as possible without having to pop into a browser and do all that. But if any of those have Blender add-ons, then I could just use that as well. You know what? I like the banana like this. I get to see more bruising. Looks nice. Oh, and ambient CG. Nice. Thank you for the suggestion, Gabooni guy. Oh, we have direct color lull. I mean, yeah, but you still gave me the suggestion, so... Alrighty then, let's hit render on this one last time. I've set that maybe 6 times by now. Ooh, I should have hit bake on that volume. Oh well. Aesthetic banana. Like it just brings everything all together. Look, it gives the illusion of a healthy breakfast, you know? That banana's not touching the floor, is it? I'll fix it. Sorry. Camera battery died. Just let me fix that. Be right back. Is it working? Yeah, there we go. I'm using a Canon EOS 4000D. It doesn't come with a direct power input, so I have to change out the battery every single time it dies. Luckily I got 2 of them and I keep rotating them in the charger. That looks like a really good render. But I'm gonna change that. I'm gonna fix that banana. I'm gonna put it actually touching the floor, and I need to hit bake on that volume again, because I've changed a lot. And that donut looks tasty. I need to redo the seeds on the sprinkles as well, because that looks wrong. But yeah, let's hit J and take a look at the previous ones. Yep, that's bad. Got better. And then this one is almost perfect. The banana is actually touching the floor. Dang. You know what, I'll just make it lower. That should fix it. The mug, also not touching the floor properly, but it is better than nothing. Excuse me. And now let's hit bake lighting cachet. Still not French. Did it bake? Ah, there we go. Okay then, it's baked. Let's hit render for the, what is it now? Eighth time that I'm rendering this thing? Please let it be the last one. Please let it be the last one. Hey. Now that's a render. Now that's a render. Solva, what do you think? Gabooni guy, what do you guys think? Ah, Gabooni guy followed me an hour ago. That's great. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Sorry I didn't see that earlier. I would definitely try compositing. Let's just see if there is actually any compositing in this tutorial that he's doing. Because if there is, then I'm gonna have to do that. If there isn't, then this 6-hour stream is almost complete. Please don't do any compositing, please. Nope, literally in the last 5 minutes, all he does is talk about stuff you have to pay money for. Yeah! Let's just take it into the compositing tab just to see how it looks. Oh, I'm gonna save the image though. Donut tutor. Alright, let's pop into compositing and see how it looks. Oh. How do I do compositing again? Yeah, I'm gonna do that later when I figure it out. Oh. Well. Control S before I forget anything. And yeah, thank you guys for watching. If you want, go check out my YouTube channel, SpotDot as well. I'm probably gonna stream next week as well. Don't know what I'm gonna stream. It's either that or I need to finish off the retro arcade gaming case cabinet. It's gonna be this small mini PC that's running Batocera Linux with a really old junky LCD that I found. But they look really nice together, and I'm taking apart some old USB controllers to make a little arcade style controller, I guess. And it's all going to be fixed in this wooden case that I'm building, so here's hoping that project actually turns out. Yeah. Thank you guys for watching, and this has been real. Can't believe I actually managed to do it in one sitting.